The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Eberron, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Eberron Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it, especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey and saved Salvation, but can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn. Man, that music always gets me in the mood for some D&D. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday night stream. It is 7:40 p.m. Eastern, August 4th. Let me not get ahead of myself. It's not August yet. June 4th, 2022. Thank you, Chrono Travis. Yeah, we're big fans of it ourselves. And welcome to day 21 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. It is Eberron, Oracle of War, Season 2. Welcome to Part 3 of A Century of Ashes. And before we go any further, I just want to make a couple of quick notes here so that folks can see what they can do to assist the channel and get more awesome things like this moving on here. If you haven't already done so, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube, which has all the previous broadcasts of this and other streams. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams, and the Twitter is !ArvTweets, where I'll always post when I'm going live and things like that. Website is arvaneleron.com. patreon.com. On the financial side, exclamation point Arbitrayon, there we go, is the Patreon, 20 patrons, 200 per month. That really is the financial backbone of the channel. It's the kind of thing which helps me do lots of different stuff for both writing reasons and channel reasons, and so I really do appreciate support that we get over there. That's, again, exclamation point Arbitrayon. You can get good stuff for yourself and good stuff for other players. Let me remind everybody that you can also get inspirations to help our players, both with that and by supporting us by subscribing to the channel at a high enough tier. On the subscription side, by the way, you can also get those custom sub badges. We have new sub badges that we rolled out. We also have a new emote that we've rolled out and more on the way. And that, again, is subbing to the channel. And all of that will allow you to inspire our players, including with the Patreon. And we have now updated those inspirations. They are now current as of the beginning of the month of June. So now you've got a chance to use them during this session if you are interested in doing so, to help out our players at the moments that are necessary. So can't imagine why. Not like they're fighting anything massively important or a big deal like a Rakshasa, no big deal. Anyway, so you can support us that way with those methods. Also, of course, on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, exclamation point Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and supplement from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and both Alligator Alley and Athos Arts are working together on my Greyshade Kickstarter. Again, exclamation point Greyshade for the novel, which just came out last Tuesday, and exclamation point Greyshade KS is where you can find details about the Kickstarter. Please go over there and follow. That's what we're asking people to do. The Kickstarter is going to go live a week from Tuesday, but we are collecting right now, gathering together followers. We have, I think, just about 60, which is a really good number. We're hoping we can get more and more. The more of those folks who can actually click on that, doesn't obligate you to do anything, but it will notify you when the Kickstarter goes live. It's something which Kickstarter uses for their algorithm, so please go over there and do that. And if you want to talk more to people about this and be like, hey, you need to check out this awesome Kickstarter that's about to happen, which is going to deal with Renegade and Heretic, books 2 and 3 in the Grey Assassin trilogy, of which Greyshade is book 1, plus a tabletop role-playing game from Aaron Rosenberg and Rich Lescouflair, plus an audiobook from Trendane and all that kind of good stuff. So you can spread the word about that with hashtag Grey Assassin. That would be very much appreciated as well. Very excited about Greyshade coming up soon. So you can do those things. And of course, as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Thank you very much, Rudnell, for your kind support as always. Hope all's well. And exclamation point Ukraine, Ukraine. Very important to support the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegitimate and illegal and horrifically devastating war. They are fighting bravely in that war, and we can do our part to step up and help in a small way, but an important way, by clicking that, doing that command and then clicking on the links that you'll find there, because that is super important. Quick note about schedule. We have, of course, Eberron going on tonight. Then tomorrow, we have got Brandon O'Brien is going to be taking these Strange Friends back into a Speculate Twitch event, and that is going to be for Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire. I'm very excited to see that, and I'm glad that that's happening, because we are going to be, I'm going to be dealing with my son's birthday party all day, so they're going to be handling that's going to happen tomorrow. And then on Monday night, I do want to highlight again the fact that we have a Bag of Giving event. It's actually the first ever recorded video on the channel. It's going to be a recorded video of part 2 of Fall of Magic. Some of you may have seen the Fall of Magic thing, which was Brandon Crilly was GMing that, and that was from a few months back. But they liked it so much they wanted to do more, so they recorded a second session, and so we will be premiering that video on Monday night. Brandon will be in chat, as will a few other folks as well, so you can stop by for that one, happening at 7 p.m. Eastern on Monday evening. And then Tuesday, we've got some Adventures in Middle-earth coming your way, and then Pen and Pixels over on GOG.com will be Solasta Lost Valley DLC, and that is going to be it for me for about a week from home, because I'm going to be going to the Origins Convention in Columbus. Friday, Saturday is up in the air. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming from those places. I might stream one or the other day, but no guarantees as of yet, because I'm not sure what my situation is going to be like out there. So that's what we're looking at. And then I'll be back and we'll be on to stuff. And then, of course, as I said, a week from Tuesday, the launch of the Greyshade Kickstarter. So big times ahead, big things to happen. But first, we have some Eberron to resolve, and so I'm going to unmute myself and apologize for anyone I may have inadvertently interrupted. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the incredible crew, which is prepared, which is ready, and which, in the words of one Marie Bilodeau, got this. And again, I want to be clear that in no way was there ever any anxiety that started to develop about maybe they don't got this. So I'm sure they do got this. It'll be just fine. I can't wait to hear how that happens.
We totes got this.
Totes got this. Totes the goats. It is wonderful to see this crew. And I will start as per usual, bottom left of the pyramid, with one Mr. Trend named Sparks. Trend, do you think they've, quote, got this? And, how are you feeling about today? And who are you playing?
Well, I'll tell you what. Jen and I, we've got detention. So we're fine.
It's true. You are in detention. You are actually in detention right now. Yep.
Anybody else? We don't know what's going on.
Yep.
So,
absolutely.
No
Listen,
clue.
You're all good.
Yeah.
Yep. That's true. So you got this. I
will, however, say that this thing right here, this black piece of stuff is the acoustic plug that I put into my window frame.
Okay.
To block out this damned mockingbird that will not shut up. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. He starts singing, and it sounds like he's right outside the window, even though he's 3 houses away.
Mm-hmm.
And he is. We had pizza delivered the other night, and when the pizza guy is like handing the pizza to my housemate, he's like, "Wow, that bird's got some lungs on him." It's like, yeah, it's like all night long, and it's like, ooh. That must be annoying. It's like, yes, that and the train, because train whistles are designed to be heard through anything.
Although not over the mockingbird, which somehow still outsings it.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm Trent Sparks. I'm a professional voice actor personage who narrates audiobooks for that guy over there. And the most recent one, which is Rock of the Republic, can be found at the link that I just put into. I'm hearing myself to the stream. I need to mute this thing, or I'm going to drive myself insane. And so you can check that out there. That's lots of fun. I am playing this guy who's in detention with his mechano good boy named Spanner, but the guy's name, not the good boy, the good boy's name is Spanner. The not mechano good boy guy's name is Miatanton Tagashaw de Cannith, because he is from House Cannith, which are the house of making, where he builds stuff, which is why he has a mechano good boy called a steel defender that is named Spanner.
Exactly, and that's why he is advising people on dates. I completely see the connection.
Absolutely.
Among those things. It's going to be great to see how things are handled, because clearly both Tantin and Nisiana, who I just realized I have put in the wrong windows, I will fix that. But both Tantin and Nisiana. I was
pointing over at her. I'm like,
I was like, what? I was like, that's not right. But Tantin and Nisiana are feeling, I'm sure, very good about things. Everything's fine. Like, there's no problem. It all went well, and no doubt all of your party is in equally good shape. I'm sure that will be.
We have no reason to be worried.
I feel better now that I'm playing Nisiana, apparently. So
not anymore. Now I fixed it. I've now addressed the problem. Anyway, it is very good to see Trendless as always, and it is also good, of course, to see someone that I will see in person very shortly, and that, of course, is Marie Bilodeau, who again has got this. So Marie, I hope everything is okay. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're excited for Origins. Are you? And how much have you got this thing that we're about to do? Like, how are you feeling about that? And who are you playing today?
I am very excited for Origins. I am going to be going to the States for the first time since January 2020.
Wow.
Border crossing by flight is amazing. So I'm getting my COVID test on Tuesday night. I have all these questionnaires to fill in. It's exciting. I'm very into it. And then I'm going to roll into there, and I'm going to see you, Greg. I haven't seen you in a long time, although we've met in people many, many times. And then I'm going to meet Jen for the first time in people. I have no idea how tall you are, Jen. I was telling that to Gary. I'm like, I don't know how tall she is. It's a surprise. Don't tell me. I'm excited.
I was going to say, you're going to get there. You're like, oh, no.
Yay! Are you kidding? Yes. So yes, I'm very excited, but don't tell me. It's a surprise.
I'm resisting.
Good. I am excited to see in person, and yeah, so it's gonna be very fun. So if you are there, come say hey, because I'm very excited and trepidatious too. It's the biggest travel I've undertaken in a while, and yeah, so I'm two things, two very good things, and I'm also excited and trepidatious about tonight's battle. Where we might get our asses handed to us, but in such a way that will be amusing and memorable, and also we will survive and live to tell the tale. So I feel very...
I'm in danger.
Right.
So
We're going
I'm
to
very...
get our asses handed to us, but in a way that we survive and live to tell the tale. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Everything is possible in D&D if you
That's
believe.
true.
Or if the DM believes.
I was going to say, everybody in chat, if you just clap harder.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man.
And
Who are
so
you
I am playing Maybe Hawksmoor for many more sessions after this. I am a Kalishtar Bard, College of Swords. I like to stab things. I like to use magic when magic is usable. And this little guy here, he's awake, so I'm going to show him. This is Oreo. He is my murder muffin. And he is also excited to be here, although he is mostly...
We can tell.
Yeah,
We can
definitely.
tell.
I mean, that is a fired up,
Oreo muffin right there. Yes.
He's also purring, so...
Well, there you go. Okay.
He's purring, Rakshasa.
You want to...
You have to do jazz hands when you say that, though.
Oh, man. I welcome Oreo to... Welcome Oreo to the
my
screen.
full form.
And welcome, of course, Marie. I'm very excited to see Marie and to talk up all of Marie's awesomeness, including the story she wrote for Rogue Artists, the anthology at Origins, just like the story which Jennifer Brozick wrote for the Rogue Artists anthology at Origins. And I'm very excited to see Jen, who, again, I have also, of course, met Jen many times in person, but it'll be good to see Jen again. And, again, I imagine, Jen, that you are feeling, unlike several members of this party, very relaxed about your experience. Like everything seems fine in the game. Like I don't see what the problem is.
It's fine. I've been sitting here thinking, would I actually send a message to her to tell her that everything went fine?
and she just sends back,
Screaming.
The thing is, up until she died, probably not, but this is the first time we've actually been really parted since she died, and
true
everything.
Yeah, she's gonna be ticked, right? I assume she's gonna be really pissed at Merime. You did what? You're fighting what? Whom?
It was Hilarion.
Hilarion did it.
Yes, I am very glad to say I am still going to Origins. There was a moment or two where we were not certain because, as I said last week, it's only been a week since the husband had his accident.
Yeah.
So Monday morning, he has to get his nose reset.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, that is not a fun thing.
No, they're going to numb him up and everything, and he will have this thing over his nose, but you won't be able to see it because he's wearing a mask.
Yeah.
So, but there was a moment where we're like, okay, do I go without you? Do I stay home if you have to have surgery? We were borrowing trouble all over the place. And then I was just like, let's just wait. And so we will both be going. He will be a couple of days out from having his nose rebroken for Origins.
That's what I like that you should do it for that. You should put it exactly in those terms. I decided to get my nose rebroken for Origins because that's my commitment to
and all
Origins.
I got was this stupid mask.
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly.
He was really big. He was just like, I really don't want to let you down. I don't, you doing panels and table at the same time. And I was just like, we can handle this. I can figure it out. Marie and I will just share a table. That's what we'll do anyway. So
we'll figure it out. We're very smart.
But or at least adaptable.
Adaptable.
So yes, I have decided she will. When you say that it's time, that she will send the message because it's a new spell. It's the first time they've been parted. But I really sat back and like, am I gaming the system? Am I gaming the system? No, I didn't let my husband literally out of the house or drive for like a week after everything happened. So okay, it's And then I made him text me when he got to the place, even though it was like 5 miles away, and then text me before he came home, and that kind of stuff.
What would Nisiana do? That's how you play.
Exactly.
I think she would.
WWND, right?
Yeah.
And speaking of that, who are you playing in our session
I am
today?
playing Nisiana Di Jurasco, a healer from the House of Healing. She is dragon marked, and she is striving to have a good and positive outlook on life. Things have been a little bit rough, but they survived, and everything is just fine. They will get through this.
Absolutely. And she has a promise from her sister that her sister won't get into trouble again.
She did in
Montage.
fact say that. She did say that she'd be fine and she wouldn't get into it. So
yeah,
we'll see how that goes.
It is going to be interesting
how
to
fast
see.
we can move.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I am excited for that. It is always a pleasure to have Jen with us, and it's also a pleasure to have John with us, even though sadly we will not see John at Origins, although I will see John at Gen Con. But it is always a pleasure to have John back with us. And John, again, I assume that you also feel like Maramé Alarian feels, quote, you got this. No problem. You're the Aegis. It's all set. You can protect and it'll be just fine against, 4 bandits plus a Rakshasa. I'm sure no problem, right? I mean, that'll be...
Two of them disappeared suddenly. By the way, notice you didn't put the professor in there either.
That is correct. We'll speak about that in a moment.
Teleport!
Good news and bad news.
However, I think we have not just... We got this, we got all of this, so not a problem. I'm not as
That's true.
concerned,
You do got all of this. That's true. Yes, you do.
One way or the other. Yeah, that's correct.
Whether you want it or not. You got it.
Exactly. How you been, John, and who you playing?
Oh, it's good to be here, even though on my last travel trip in rushing to get back from for ArvCon, I brought back a wee case of the COVID, which is not the greatest thing, but it's been okay. It's like a moderate cold for me. I was actually double boosted, so that actually really helped, I think. And so I've just been quarantining in the house, and it's all been fine. So yeah, it's just is what it is. So. I think Detroit gave it to me, to be quite honest. Although it's very likely I picked it up on the tail end of the trip and then just brought it back with me. So that's how that happened. But it's good to be here. Playing 2 weeks in a row is awesome. So I will miss everyone at Origins because, yes, as you said, I'm not going to be there. But I will be at Gen Con. And Marie will be at Gen Con. So it'll be awesome if I get to meet Marie, which will be fantastic. I'm very much looking forward to that.
Me too.
Assuming the world does not end in the intervening 2 months
be
between
nice
now and then.
if that doesn't.
It'll be fine. We will
Don't give it
always
any
see
ideas.
people at Gen Con.
Exactly. And at some point, all of us got to get up to the West Coast so we can go see Trent. I'm not sure how that's going to happen. Maybe at like San Diego Comic Con or something.
I don't know. Come to my house.
That's much better than
true.
San Diego. Much better than San Diego.
No, I'm not even kidding. I've been to San Diego. I don't want to
Yeah,
like
so
it.
me too.
What? Everyone always says that San Diego's the great. My dad used to rave, the best weather, 75.
I didn't
low
mind San
humidity
Diego.
every day.
No.
I thought it was,
No.
wasn't.
Pretty much everything
The-
from San Luis Obispo down can
Yeah.
drop into the ocean.
The best thing that ever happened to me in San Diego, aside from leaving, was the day that I got there. I was standing out on the beach just about at sunset, and I'm wearing a full-length leather duster and a big black leather fedora and black leather driving gloves. I'm standing on the beach holding my hand out, and this seagull has just got the tips of his toes perched on my thing while he's sitting there with his wings out like this. And there was a photographer shooting into the sun, getting this huge silhouette of me standing. I'm like, this probably looks like Satan standing on the beach playing with a seagull. God, I wish I'd seen that. Not God, I wish I'd. Whatever.
Unfortunate
Anyway,
terminology there. Yes.
Yeah, whatever. That was cool, but I never got to see the photograph. So.
Oh, damn it. Well,
But also,
the hell
not
you're at
about
the
me.
beach in leather. Then never mind. Forget it.
I
Forget it.
didn't have my suitcase with me.
And I'm going to be playing Alarian, the Starforged, Warforged Aegis. About to probably sally forth and do battle, it would seem.
So it would seem
yeah.
there will be some sallying forth. Hi, Wispy Song. Hello. And yes, I am excited for all of these folks in this session. And yes, let us speak a little bit about what happened in our last session. And let's do that by switching over to the map.
Wispy followed during ArvCon, right?
Yes, and Wispy actually contributed and donated and
Nice,
all that kind of
nice.
stuff. So Wispy's been here a few times. Actually, was here last night doing some triangle strategy
Very cool.
as I was hanging out doing that. So absolutely. So it is good to see everyone here, and it's good to see Chad here. And with no further ado, let us get into it. In our last session, let's fire up some music. Yeah, basically, I was thinking about that. Let's see. I'm going to start with.
Excuse me.
Let's do some city music to begin with, and then get ready for some combat music. Maybe, I mean, maybe they're just, like good.
We
pleasant
thought
people.
they were here to renew their library cards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking.
I'm paying the fine. Push through the stained glass. And just like,
I don't know about you, but I always break through the roof to redo my library.
It's
card.
actually
You
true.
pass
It's
the
actually true.
line. It's just a thing, no
It's
biggie.
actually true. Happy birthday to the ground. Anyway, it is it's great to have everyone here. Let's get to it. So in our last session, the party had a very eventful session because it was our marathon session that we did last Sunday, during which we raised a lot of money. By the way, again, publicly thank you to this group. We raised overall for the con $7,071.17, which was a new record for ArvCon for Damon Runyon. So thank you so much to the amazing players for that. In our last session, the players did arrive in the city of Sharn, and they had a chance to do a few different things. Actually, it was a rather varied session. First of all, they had to meet with a couple of contacts, people that could speak to them, and one of them had been planned, and one of them was, one might say, a little bit unexpected. The party, when they first arrived, were contacted by someone who was following them, and I think I may have yes, I do. This gentleman, Ivello de Madani from House Madani, which is basically a house of sort of spies, operatives, bounty hunters, even things like that, information brokers. Ivello told them that he had been hired by Zodar Tarnev from back in Salvation to track down the whereabouts of one Irulan Karnak, and he gave the party some interesting information during that conversation. First of all, that Irulan Karnak was indeed here in Sharn. Secondly, that he had tracked her down to a low-rent apartment in Lower Dura, that she had a local street gang protecting her hideout, and that there were various shady figures seen coming and going from the building, including Antidra, a notorious Rakshasa fugitive with links to the Order of the Emerald Claw. They also knew that Irulan had met with two mysterious figures at a nearby bar, a pair of bald half-elves, one dressed in red, the other in black, though Ivello did not know who those were, and also that Ivello was convinced that Irulan might be part of some larger cartel. And so with promises to keep the party apprised, and the party saying that they were going to come speak to to Ivello at some point. Ivello then left, and then the party had their second meeting, although they didn't go to it totally immediately because they had certain things they had to do first. They did some ribbon shopping. That was actually when Ivello was first following them, and they found the ribbonest of all ribbon shops, that they were part of. Expensive, but definitely valuable. Before they all arrived at the second destination, where they ended up speaking to someone, Callie Arlen, who is a contact of Hilar Brasal's, the party's essentially mentor and essentially immediate superior. And they met with this Kali, who told them a little bit about what she had discovered. Part of what she had discovered was the fact that Moorgrave University was indeed the place probably to go, but that there had been a rash of thefts as of late at Moorgrave University, that it was rife with, at least what seemed to be greedy treasure seekers, and that there had been experiments trying to harness the power of divination, and that might be what the Oracle of War, this artifact that the party has been carrying with them, might have been involved somehow in this research. And the two options that they had were a scholar at the university, a person named Zelmar, who was an exile from Ondair, the country that had been doing work on this battlefield research, the most work, and then Flamewind, a Gynosphinx resident in Moorgrave University who was an expert on the Draconic prophecy. And so the party said this seemed like a good idea and ended up going and met with Zell Mar. Zell Mar turned out to be a very friendly individual who gave the party a lot of useful information about the Oracle of War, talked a little bit about the implications of what it might be, that it probably was there as part of this. They found a mark on the Oracle of War, a mark that was left by a dwarf artificer from the Emror Holds called Solring Emroranon, and some other things like that. And that was all great. But then he also revealed that he had a thing that he was hoping that they could help with. Specifically, he had a date. And he had a date with a half-orc known as Gia, who was a fellow graduate student at Morgrove University. She had agreed to the date, but Zell is not what you would say smooth and calm and confident around women, or indeed around most people that he's not speaking to about direct issues relating to scientific and other, arcane prophecy type of things. And so the party agreed somehow to send some of their number to help with this date with Gia. Nisiana and Tantin accompanied Zelmar to detention, which is actually a nearby tavern, which is frequented by a lot of students from Morgrove University and faculty, where the date went swimmingly. Went super well, thanks to the careful intervention at times of both Tantin and Nisiana. It all ended up coming out very well. Gia actually even gave him a kiss on the cheek as she was leaving. It was all real good. So he's on cloud 9. Everything is great. And in the meantime, you might be saying, but Arv, that's only 2 out of the 4 characters. What were the other 2 doing? I'm glad you asked, because while this was happening, Merime and Alarian were in the process of, no big deal, just breaking into Lareth Howland Morgrave University so that they could meet Flamewind, because the Gynosphinx resident does not go out, and the deans of the university do not allow people to see her without specific appointments and a whole lot of paperwork and red tape and stuff which, frankly, the party was not likely to be able to get the information to them in time. And so the party was like, no problem, we'll just send Merime and Alarian to deal with this. And so they did. They ended up going through. They disguised themselves as, I think, faculty members, if I'm not mistaken. Alarian actually disguised himself as one of the security faculty, while Merime was research faculty. They then entered the room that you all see before you, chat. They went precisely the wrong way around the circle, went all the way around the circle, so they opened up every conceivable door, had a couple of run-ins.
Effect.
Yeah, exactly. Say again? The what? The what effect?
It's the Coriolis effect.
Yes, it is. Yes, I thought that's what you said. Yeah, it is the Coriolis effect. They had a run-in with a professor, managed to get past that. Had a run-in with the guard, managed to get past that, and finally got into this central room where they met another professor. But they managed to even convince the professor that they were here for good reason, and proceeded to walk up that central spiral staircase. At which point, in a way, all hell broke loose, because breaking through the stained glass dome far overhead were several hooded figures armed with spears and long swords. 4 of them were dressed in these hoods, some kind of raiders or bandits, and floated down toward the floor. And in their midst was an armored Rakshasa, a feline warrior with the head of a tiger, and a rope slung around his waist coiled up to a wooden ship hovering in the air outside. And as the Rakshasa was floating to the ground, he caught sight of Merime and Alarian and I quote, chuckled. And that was where we ended our session last time, and it is where we will pick up today in the midst of this combat. With apologies to Tantin and Nisiana, I am going to have you roll initiative. I imagine much of your initiative is going to be, we have a pleasant drink in the tavern, because I don't expect there's going to be a lot of other stuff, but I do want to put it in there just because it's possible at some point you may want to sort of join up with this. But I think our initial focus will probably be on Merime and Alarian, because they have a little bit of a thing to deal with. Yes, Tanner.
A, we're going to need the initiative tracker.
Yeah.
B, I think that Nisiana and Tantin, we should, because we're not on this map yet, so we should probably drag our icons into some of the black parts. So
that's a good call.
Click on our token so that we go into the thing properly.
Yep, that's a good call. Yes. So if people could do that, I have the turn token up, the turn tracker up there now, and I am going to click on some combat music.
We went for the same place.
And let's do it. Let's go with. Do I want Orc War March? Final Battle of the Dark Wizards? Let's see. Let's go with.
Oh.
No, I
Or
don't
more
want that
a
one.
little much in the city. I mean, come on, you want something a little more, urban.
I mean, her initiative and mine don't matter. It doesn't matter what we roll. We're not
Mine
there, so-
matters, and I got 10.
Oh, that was you. Sorry, I thought
That was me. But look at the color of my dice, though. Isn't it nice?
And what does that match?
My nails. Good
Oh,
call.
yes, it does.
It
Okay.
appears that
Marion.
it does not like me, or I'm on there
Yes.
twice.
Good
I'm
job.
hidden. Oh, I am on here twice.
Aha!
Okay. Did it,
Which is the real? You see
Oh.
two Nisianas walk through the door. Suddenly,
Yes!
it's one of us lies, one of us tells the truth.
Yeah, well, neither of them is actually getting.
Should I delete both of them and you
Yes,
redrag?
please,
Okay.
because
all right.
just not being very helpful. Oh no! Apparently, I rolled a 22, a 6, a 20, and a 1.
That's
I'll
hilarious.
take the 22 since that's the first one you did. Why don't
Marie,
you
you,
bring your
you
token
saw
on
the
there?
20 I rolled. 'Cause I am taking that, even though I'm rolling. I hit the
Yes.
wrong button on my thingy, but I did get a 20 for initiative, and I'm
Yep.
taking it. So,
Good
Okay,
job. Well
sounds good.
done.
yep.
I'll see what
I'm
you're
gonna
doing.
re-roll it to get it back onto the damn tracker. There we go. But that was not an 8. No. No.
am back.
Let's see.
I don't
Bam.
know where. Oh,
There we go.
It'll be up there.
John, I want to point out that in my notes, I wrote that if we trigger the alarm, 5 knights from the watch will show up. I want you to know that I just
I'm
noticed
pretty
that on
sure
my...
the alarm's been triggered when the window was broken.
One would think so.
Mhm.
Yes. We have 5 knights coming who are all going to think that you did it. Or you part your
So you're part
Well,
of the
okay.
raiding party.
Keep in
No,
mind- yeah, really, exactly, right?
Okay.
Keep in mind that the ship Marchaza has a rope going back up to the ship. I think suspicion will fall
It's
on
true,
him
and you are in
first.
robes.
And the professor downstairs
I'm-
knows that you were
I'm
summoned
gonna
here.
rip out of them
Yeah.
like the Hulk.
Okay, so Larian's got the 20.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll put this. Get rid of that right now. Okay.
I really can't believe I rolled a 20 and then a 1.
Okay.
That's
and then,
funny.
let's see,
Can't you,
we're gonna-
can't you, Jen? Can't you?
Okay, point. It is me.
Excuse me.
Okay,
The
we
worst
got
part about
Flare
this
up
thing
there.
is profit.
Okay, Nisiana with the 22. The 22 Tavern Initiative, as they say. Let's see.
She's pounding those drinks like no one's business.
Trended is 10 on here someplace?
Yeah, he's 12.
Okay. Where is the token? Because you said you
In the
dragged it into
corner
black.
next to me.
It's right next to Nisiana. It's just in the black area.
Ah ha ha.
He's cleverly hidden.
We are giant and then halfway in the black.
Okay, you said 12.
That's exciting.
Yes.
I can't...
Okay, lovely. All right, let me just get that cleared out with this over here. Also, highlight and passion. All right. Let's get rid of that. Okay, let's see. So, Larian with the 20. Merime with the 10.
Yay!
Let's see. We've got Tanton with the 12.
Relevant 12.
And
The irrelevant 12.
the irrelevant 12?
Yes.
Why is that
I'm not
irrelevant?
there.
Oh, yeah, well, yes.
Doesn't matter what I rolled on
Yeah,
initiative.
yes.
We're nowhere near this place.
Yeah, but what if
see-
someone like tosses you like a drink accidentally and you have to catch it in the other thing? Like clearly, I'm gonna play this just like we were talking about the prequels before, where we go from an incredibly exciting combat to something that nobody cares about, and I think
If-
that'll basically be
If
how
that
that
happens
works.
and someone hits me with a drink, Spanner will chew them apart in his attempt to defend me.
Roll initiative. Okay, how did you get into a combat with 35 people in a brawl? Well, it was all sort of a
First it was
Somehow-
me and Spanner, so it was the two of us.
right.
Tenten and Nisiana will be the ones who get killed somehow.
Yeah, exactly right. Like they
In
somehow
the
don't
pub.
survive. What is Spanner? Does Spanner roll separate?
He goes with me.
Okay, he does go with you. All right, we're gonna put him after you like that. All right, let's see. Then, last but not least, I have to figure out when they go, because that's kind of important. All right. Right. That's 12. Okay.
Hopefully they get less than a 10.
Indeed.
Let's see. Okay.
And I made chocolate milk with oat milk last night. It was very good.
That does sound good, actually. I like oat milk.
Too.
I've never tried oat milk.
It's good. I think it's better. Almond milk, I always feel like I'm drinking almond milk. Whereas with oat milk, it always feels, although you have to be careful because it can be made very sugary and you just have to be careful. Tanton, what is your dexterity, by the way, your raw score?
That's a great question, which I would know if I had my
Character sheet?
what?
Character
Your
sheet.
character sheet?
Character sheet. Yeah, if I had my, which I do.
Which I'm sure you do. Let's yeah.
It's
let's-
15.
Yeah. Of course it is. Okay. All right. Good to know. All right. Okay. So we begin. We begin at the beginning. We begin with Nisiana. So just again, as I go to the people who are not immediately in combat at the moment, you can all tell me and I appreciate what you said before, Jen, about not wanting to, metagame the stuff. Sending a message, I think, is fine, but it would be appreciated if people are like, I suddenly have the random feeling I should just go to Morgrave University for no reason. Definitely, if it comes up in some context, that's fine. But so with that said, Nisiana, you're up first. What would you like to do as you sit here in the tavern?
Is Zell still here?
Yes, absolutely.
He did shout ales for everyone.
Ales for everyone, and so there are literally just everyone is grabbing ales, and Zell is just high-fiving everybody, and yeah.
Just I hate IPAs. I hope that's not what it is. Oh.
It's yes.
I'm sure she likes an ale. I don't know. It's not like she's gluten intolerant like me. I miss a good wheat beer. But that's neither here nor there. I will start with actually having a drink. Basically, for the first couple of rounds, I'm basically just going, oh God, why did I talk about the damn Doom dogs? Because, but it worked out. And then by round 2 or 3, I'll be like, I should let my sister know that everything is fine.
Okay.
She'll be worried.
That makes sense. So we're looking at, so round 2 or 3, we will talk about that a little bit more.
So basically, I'm sitting back down with the drink, and my thought is to get hold of Zell when he stops high-fiving everybody and be like, okay, let's talk about how you're going to get us in to see various things. What do we need to do?
Sounds like a plan. Okay, I'm going to move you just temporarily off the screen so I don't get confused. But you're right next to where you were, basically. Okay, so the next one to go are the bad guys, or specifically the bandit bad guys, who are floating down Maramé and Alarian towards you. Now, they are not, I want to emphasize, attached by ropes or anything else to the ship above, which is clearly kind of a sky coach. Looks like a little hard to tell because there's obviously you have combatants coming at you, but it's like a modified sky coach, maybe, or so it seems. But in any case, they are not connected to it by anything visible, yet they are simply floating down towards you. And the Rakshasa barks an order to them, and yeah, exactly. And as they come closer, they take aim and then toss javelins at you as they are heading down. So as you're doing this, by the way, as you had predicted, the professor is up and bolting for the door, basically.
Called it.
Yep. Now, it's unclear, you have to say.
Don't blame her.
Well, I was just going to say that. Yeah, you're not sure, though, what the professor... the professor may be trying to go get help, too. It's not clear exactly what the professor is doing.
But I wouldn't hang around there unless I was 20th level if I saw this burst through the windows.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those oh God, no.
And hopefully it'll be alarm, intruders in the blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Exactly. So they're going to toss, not javelins, I'm sorry, spears. And they will each toss, let's see, 1 spear each. 1 spear only. And they will take 2 at Maramé and 2 at Alarian. So let's see. So the first one here, looks promising for them. 22.
On which one?
On sorry, that's the first one on Maramé was 22.
And that will hit.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing the Maramé ones first. And then the second one on Maramé is a 13.
That misses.
Okay, so that means we are looking at
2 points of damage.
I think we can try to call that.
6 points of damage, but that's but that was
It's not bad.
So you will take 6 points of damage as this strikes you. Let me remind everyone in the party, by the way, you do have, except for Alarian, the rest of you have a hero point available. So don't forget about that as an option for for you folks as you go through this. Okay, now the attacks that happen on Alarian. First one That's going to miss horrifically with an 8. And the second one is going to miss horrifically with a 7. So apparently they just saw you and they were like, that thing can't be hit by spears. I will miss on purpose.
That's right.
Evidently.
I have a big ass shield, so there you go.
And then having done that, they land in the spots that you see, and they are on the ground and draw long swords. And they look ready to go.
They do.
That leads us to Alarion. You were up next.
Oh, so the Rakshasa moves differently. Interesting. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. We were heading up to what I assume is a door leading to, I believe, the Giant Sphinx's chamber.
That's
correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Where we are now, how far away is the door?
I would say the door is probably... I think the distance of that leading up to there is probably... Give me a second, because I think they actually specify it.
It's okay. While you're doing that, Marie can look at the message I sent.
Yes, I am answering right now.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay. It is a very good distance because the dome itself is about 100 feet high. And this room...
I thought it was tall.
The room is at the apex of the dome. So you were a good 100 feet away if you just rose directly as opposed to just climbing up the staircase. So, yeah, you got some distance.
Okay.
Also, staircase is good for one person on it at a time. I mean, like, not side by side. You're, like, single file.
Yep, that was kind of also my plan. Okay. Bonus action. I'm going to use my Aegis power, Peer into the Soul, which I will put into chat so people can see the cool, nifty thing it does.
Okay.
See that thing? There we go. Since I am close to the Rakshasa, this does cost me a soul die, which I'm not all that keen on, but it's still kind of cool. And it's the first time I've ever used it.
So you can examine the souls of those around you? Is that what
pretty much? Well, I can examine it's good and evil at will. I can detect good or evil at will. Just bing, bing, bing.
Okay.
Spending a soul die allows me to gain the following benefits. Select a creature you can see within 30 feet. You learn 2 of the following about the target. Armor class, damage resistances, damage immunities, damage vulnerabilities, condition immunities. I would like to know the Rakshasa's armor class and whether it has any damage vulnerabilities.
Okay. Let's see. First of all, I want to see what detect good and evil normally would be in terms of spell level if it were being cast.
I think it's just the first level spell.
There is no effect. You do not get anything from it.
No, that's not good. All right, fine. Then for my second, well, actually, that's a bonus action. Let's do a bonus action. So, all right, that's kind of annoying. All right, then I literally will, my big old arm will encircle Nisiana, and I am going to...
You mean
Really?
Mid
That's
May?
a long reach.
Come here.
He's so used to protecting Nisiana.
It
and
is
No,
the
it's
usual
true.
thing. Yes, exactly.
Suddenly Nisiana is just like with a shepherd's hook like out of the...
you know what?
But
I
I
would
will...
not mind because then I could be there to heal and kick some butt.
What you're going to do is grab Merime, damn it, and then literally dash up the stairs, which is just me kind of floating up the stairs for 60 feet.
Okay.
But I'm taking her with me.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so heading up the stairs. All right. That's going to lead us to... Tintin is actually up next.
Okay.
And there we go. Sitting in the tavern, ales all around. Any particular thing you're doing or looking at?
Do they have any food? I mean, I presume they do.
Absolutely they do. Some kind of obscure creatures' wings, like chicken wings, but something else that's...
Kind of hoping for something kind of like a chicken noodle soup. I've been craving that a lot lately. So.
They do have a special on shepherd's stew. It's kind of like shepherd's pie, but it's much, it's more
Thinner,
like a stew.
runnier.
Yeah, exactly.
Chunks of real shepherd, too.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Real shepherd.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't
I'll
skimp.
have one of those.
All right, and it definitely smells like it's going to be delicious. It's very popular right now, and of course, Zell is the most popular person in the place as he is spending his no doubt prodigious graduate student salary. Sorry, couldn't say that with a straight face. And is
Good for Gay Pride Month.
I moan in graduate student memory horror of finances. Anyway, so you do. The heads off. They bustle off to get you the stew. Spanner doing anything?
He's sitting there stoically.
Just hanging out. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That brings us back.
Give him a dish of motor oil. I mean, geez, come on, man.
Well, I mentioned the shepherd stew. Funny thing about that. Okay,
It is
so
kinda
anyway,
greasy, so,
exactly. Let's head back to the room of the battle because the Rakshasa is up to go next. So let's see. The Rakshasa comes down, and now the Rakshasa is also floating down. Although you get it's also connected by this rope, which is kind of spooling out behind him. And as it heads down this way, it sort of looks at you, and as I've mentioned, it also, is kind of laughing. And you are racing up as it's heading down. So it basically engages you halfway and stops on the stairs and attacks you with his longsword. And so he's going to attack. You'll be shocked to hear that he's going to be attacking twice. Actually, sorry. 3 times, multi-attack, 3 times, beg your pardon. So
I'm not shocked at hearing that.
His first attack, probably frustrated, but not. We've got a 20.
No.
We've got an 8.
Definitely not.
And we've got a 23.
That will hit. Okay. And I'm actually going to take the shots and turning.
I had a feeling like, yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I was going to ask that. So he hits you with this, and first of all, hits you with this with his longsword. Now you've been hit, obviously, Alarian, by things before, but you feel the serious impact, boom, with this thing, and it's going to do more damage than you might have expected. So let's see. That's this. Okay. That is going to do 13 points of damage. Now, I know you have 18 up for your Aegis, so how much of that do you want to...
We'll take 8 off the armor.
Okay.
And we'll take 5 of that, which is 13. Okay.
So you're at 31 out of 36
and 10,
hit points,
correct.
and 10 out of 18. Okay. Now, I need you to make a strength saving throw, because there is a force pulsation as he hits you with this sword.
Okay. That's a 18, sir.
Okay, an 18 is enough. Okay, so there is a moment, though, Alarian, where you had to brace yourself because you felt very much, and it's so funny. We were just talking about Duel of the Fates. You remember the part of that in the prequel movie, Star Wars, the part where Qui-Gon's fighting Maul and hits him and then like force pushes him off the ledge? That's what this felt like the guy was trying to do, as if he was trying to knock you off the edge, and you braced yourself to avoid it, his mouth curls in a feline grin. And that's going to bring us to Merime, and he's blocking you now. He is literally in front of you, Alarian. Which we'll talk about the impact of that next time. Merime, you are up now, and you have just, you felt the impact of that, but you were not thrown because you're currently with Alarian as we speak. So what would you like to do?
I'm going to easily put my hand on Alarian. And I'm going to say, time to find out if these magic blockers are real here. And I'm going to cast Heroism, and I'm going to cast it at... Did I cast it? Oop. I'm going to cast it at level 2, so that I can cast it on myself as well. I clicked it, but it doesn't seem to be working on roll 20, but it gives 5 temporary hit points to both Alarian and I, which renew at the beginning of each of our turns.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about that. Hold on one second. I'm hearing something odd in my office. Bear with me one moment.
It's his conscience.
Yeah.
I've noticed that the roll 20 is really slow today.
Yeah.
Like I got those 4 rolls in a row.
Mine's not. I don't know.
Okay. Everything's fine. Okay. So now when you cast this, Merime, or I should say when you attempt to cast this, you feel there's a strange experience of almost how would I describe this? it feels as if the
Verbally.
language normally, you obviously, make a living out of the way that you speak with people, persuade them, and of course sing songs, etc. And yet everything feels slow to you as you're speaking it. Now, when you were speaking normally, everything was fine. But when you try to articulate in a magical way, it feels very slow and turgid, and neither of those spells works the way you intend. Now, I do want to point out here, I would like you to make an insight check for me, Marame.
Okay. At advantage, because I get advantage on insight.
Yes.
Isn't it great I keep mentioning that?
Yes, absolutely.
17.
Failed. No, I'm just kidding. So I was like, damn it. No, I'm just kidding. So the insight here is that those creatures that descended to the floor, that had to be magical. There's no way that they descended, like they didn't have fans at the bottom of their feet. They descended, but clearly with something magical, they were able to do it with no problem. But there's no question that you just now felt some kind of strange dampening effect, whether it's from them or whether it's from the room, which is what you had all theorized and what you had heard from Zell as a possibility, is uncertain. But either way, it seemed to have affected you. You don't know if it affected them.
And I can't see anything obvious that's like blocking magic from
Not
them with
obviously
that
around
insight?
you at the moment, no.
Okay, and it felt specifically in my voice?
Yes. The experience as you felt the arcane power as you were beginning to speak it, that began to feel again turgid, and like your tongue was thickened, and like it felt almost like, and you just weren't able to say the words properly in an articulate way so that the spell would work.
Okay. Well, in that case, thank you, DM. I am going to
just a
gently. I know. I'm going to gently drop to the ground from where Hilarion was carrying me.
Okay.
And
Right in front of the Rakshasa, who also grins at you.
Is there any way that I can get to the other side of the Rakshasa so that we get?
Not at the moment. It's single file as it is, so you basically have to, like, you can... Actually, I should have asked you that. You can theoretically go in front of Ilarion, or you could go right behind him. But either way, the Rakshasa is currently blocking your way up the stairs.
I'm going to try something as a bonus action then.
Okay.
Just to test it. I'm going to cast Kinetic Jaunt on myself, because that's only somatic? Movement only.
Yes,
it's
right.
not voice,
Right.
so I'm just going to try it.
Okay.
To see if it's something verbal that stops the component, or if I
As
can
you
get
begin to do that, your hands, similar to the way I described before, start to like the fingers don't fit properly, and it feels almost like you're moving through molasses or quicksand or something with your hands until you stop trying to cast the spell, and then they move fine again.
Okay, and I can't get on the other side of him. Well, then I'm gonna... There's not much I can do right now except take a step behind Ilarion, and I've used all my actions so far.
Okay.
I've
gathered some information though.
I did, yeah. I gathered some information, so I'll try to pierce this mystery for the magic.
Okay.
The next time, because if I could cast magic, it would be really awesome.
That would be really useful.
Useful.
Okay. That's going to bring us to the top of the round, and with Nisiana, who last time we checked was just hanging out and thinking about the success of this date and watching as Tanton orders stew, shepherd stew, and all that. And you haven't sent the message yet, right? You're waiting for a few rounds.
No, that'll be next turn. I'm gonna see if I can't get a hold of Zell and be like, "Hey, come on, we need to talk."
Oh, yes, absolutely. He's like shaking the hands of three people consecutively, just like, yes, absolutely. I'm really, right. Haven't I seen you in one of the classes? All right, well, I'll be, and he's kind of talking to them, just babbling mostly nonsense, like, again, cloud nine, and then comes back over. Yeah, of course. Yes. Let me order a round of ales for them too. And of course, there's already a round of ales from the first time that he said ales for everyone in the house. And so he like signals again, and the now increasingly harried, waiter is like, is like rushing back and forth with like piles of beer, and you can see the bartender is doing one of those. It's the the Bugs Bunny, the factory music, dun 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 dun, right? As they're like pouring the stuff and getting things there. So he comes over and sits back down. Since this is only 6 seconds, you don't probably have too much longer to say anything, but is going to sit down and talk to you.
No, it's just like, hey, we gotta start talking. We've got to start planning.
This is when the staff just casts unseen servant multiple times.
Yes, exactly.
Bowls and mugs floating around all over the place.
It's amazing. It's almost like you were just had some kind of magic. No, we wouldn't ever do anything. Okay, that brings us back to the battle of the university, the battle of the library, you might say, and the bandits. Now, they have drawn long swords, and they are going to charge up the stairs. Now, one of them at the moment is the only one that's going to make it because single file is going to run up this way. I'm going to put you for a moment behind Alarian, just because I think that's where you said you were going, Marame. So they're going to charge up at you. The other three, you can see, Marame, and I suppose Alarian, are heading over to the desks and are clambering onto the chairs. You don't know why, but they seem to be getting up onto the desks for something. Not clear as to what they're going to do, but that's what they seem to be doing. Except for the one that's charging up the stairs at you. And Marame, that one is going to attack you. And let's see. Not really a flank, because it's the Alarian Marame sandwich between two slices of bad guy bread. So we've got...
I don't want to be in this sandwich.
It's not a good sandwich. It's not at all. It's not even good for you. Okay.
This is a shitty sandwich.
It really is very bad. Okay. Let's see. It is going to attack twice with his longsword. Remember, they threw the spears, and now they're doing the longsword. So that's going to be a 17 is the first one on you, Marame?
That much is my homework class, yeah.
Okay, and then the second one is an 11, and I assume is a miss.
Yeah.
Okay, so for that first one, that is going to be 4 points of slashing damage that's done to you.
That's not bad. Thank you.
Okay. And, no, just kidding, just the 4 points.
And he throws you off the stairs.
And he also throws you off the stairs. Oh, that's a great idea. No, he doesn't do that. Damn it. Okay. All right. So that takes care of their turn, and that's going to bring us to Alarian facing a Rakshasa.
So Arv, am I able to extend my Star Sword here?
I think so. There's a railing, but it's not like a roof above you, except technically.
Oh, okay, good.
Well, I mean, okay, but let's be there. It's not unlimited because you do have the stairs that are coming above you in the spiral.
I get it. But hey, he's got a sword. I've got a sword. It's all good. Okay,
yeah.
No, that's all I want to know. I just want to know. Okay,
Okay.
We are fine. We're fine, and I will be attacking, and I'll be attacking twice. Thank you very much. Do you want to move this Rakshasa onto the stairs? Because right now he's still at the bottom.
Oh, yes, my bad.
They're looking like just, if he wants to stay there, it's totally up to him. I'll even help him go back down.
Does the Dunuk Chuck of the superhero? No. Okay. Yeah, he is standing there.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
And he awaits your attack.
Well, good, because here it comes. Attack number 1.
If you were going to do a goading attack so that he would have to attack you, could we just call that a attack?
Or the spray bottle attack, just like
Right.
Exactly. 16. I doubt that's going to do it.
the laser pointer attack. 16 will not hit.
All right. Attack number 2.
He has, by the way, he is wearing what looks like scale mail, and he does have a shield.
Oh, okay, great. Come on. Or even worse.
Clang.
14. Damn it.
He blocks it.
Okay.
Like great,
Yep.
amazing grace, feline grace, as he's...
Hey, not a great start.
He purrs at you. And...
Well, hello.
Okay.
All right. And as he stands there, I won't ask you about movement because unless you vault the rail,
No.
there's not much you're going to be doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so that's going to lead us to Tintin, where, since it has only been a few... 6, 10... We've only had about, 10 seconds roughly elapsed since the last time. So they're still getting the stew. Are you doing anything else in the meantime while you're waiting for said stew? Zell has now sat down, at the table with the others. with you and Nisiana.
Yeah, given that the date thing, the objective has been completed, Tangen's not really paying much attention. So he's probably got his bag open, and he's pulled something out and is working on it, waiting for his food to show up.
Okay. All right. So good stuff. And that spanner is doing the same thing as we talked about before. And that's going to lead us to the Rakshasa. And the Rakshasa sort of purrs at you again, Alarian, and says, "If you leave now, I won't need to kill you. We have business here that doesn't involve you. Feel free to depart." And without waiting to see what you're going to say, nonetheless swings the sword at you 3 times, because apparently you actually have to do that if you're going to do that. Okay. First attack with the longsword is a terrible roll with a 9 to hit. The second one is better with an 18.
Not good enough.
Still not good enough. And the third one is a 22.
Yep, right on.
So again, I think that's what happened last time. Miss, hit. Okay. So again, this is going to be, okay. So that's going to be, okay. And then the other, okay. 14 points of damage, Alarian, as you are struck by this thing. Every time it feels like these blows are like, and again, I want to emphasize, Alarian, you would know this, stronger blows than a slashing weapon, because he's not using it with 2 hands, but something is like impacting you every time he does this.
Oh, no, it didn't work. Shit. Yeah, I got it. All right.
So 14, so where do you want to put those?
Yeah, I'm thinking 6 on my6 on my armor, and I'll take the 8. That's
okay, so 4 out of 18 is left with your Aegis, and then you said 23, right?
23? Yeah.
Yeah, because you had 31, right?
Yep.
All right. And then, again, kind of meows at you.
Actually, no, wait. Drop the armor down to 0.
Okay.
And give me the 4 points back.
Okay, so you're at 27 hit points and 0 out of 18. Okay. Got it. Okay. All right. And he's sitting there, sort of, meowing at you, so to speak. And that leads us to Merime. You've got your own problems. There is a bandit in your face that is staring you down with a longsword.
Okay. Can I see anything that identifies them? Like, we don't actually know really
who they are.
Who they are.
You do not. I can tell you that they are wearing hoods, and wearing hoods, and has kind of not a cloak, but kind of a cape, like a short cape almost. And otherwise look vaguely nondescript. So yeah, there's not much you can say that you see from them. They are wearing, I should say, in terms of class, they have scale mail on. They do not have shields, but they are wearing scale mail beneath their, hoods and other armors.
Okay, well, none of them have tried to use magic, so I'm still not clear how the magic is being stopped, but I have more pressing concerns at the moment, which is to stab the guy right in front of me.
That makes sense. And you're right, that doesn't seem like they've used magic except initially when they first came down.
I'm wondering if it's like they started the spell higher and it could maintain coming down, but you just couldn't start the spell here. That's my theory right now. Thank you.
Interesting theory. I nod sagely.
Good. I feel good about myself. Thank you. So I'm going to stab him. Bloop.
Okay.
Oops, I shouldn't have rolled an advantage there, but the 19.
19 will hit.
And then I will... Oops, I got to just bring up my flourishes. They're not on my sheet, so I don't know how to get them on my sheet, but I will work on that. So let me just bring up my flourishes. So I will hit him. So the damage, I believe, is marked right there. So 12 points of piercing damage.
12 points of piercing damage. Okay.
And then I will do a
solid hit.
Perfect. I will do a defensive flourish.
Okay.
So I will add a D8 of damage to him, and I will add that number to my armor class at the same time.
Okay, right.
So 4.
Okay. So an additional 4, right?
Yeah, an additional 4 damage, and then my armor class goes up by 4 at the same time until the next round.
Okay, that sounds good. Defensive flourish is not a magical thing, right? I don't.
No, it's
believe.
an inspiration dice, unless you want to roll that.
Right, that's what I figured because it's got no. That's fine.
Cool.
I just want to make sure it was not the same sort of situation as what we had before. Okay, that sounds fine. You do that. They do not like it. As far as movement, same thing. If you're going to go anywhere, you'd have to vault the rail. Otherwise, you've got a Starforge behind you and you've got a bandit in front of you. So.
I'm back to back with my friend. We've got this.
What's that? Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
He's like bleeding.
Sorry.
Ow.
Yes.
We got this, Hilarion.
This is not great.
Just a spear hanging out of your body. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Now, as we head to the top of the round, just before things get started, the main doors that are at the bottom left of the room burst open, and
yay, reinforcements.
2 figures come running through, but these look vaguely familiar, possibly to you. Marie, who is the character that you were playing in the flashback from the past?
Ooh, was I have her name here. I was just
Well, no, it wasn't my character.
no, my character. You worked for the university actually. It was
The little goblin girl.
Darrell.
Darrell is one of them. The second one, Tren, who did you play?
But I was playing the little goblin.
You were playing the goblin,
Oh.
right?
Yeah,
but
I
I
was
was
the
really
elf.
short. I was short enough that I could easily get under the blade traps. I don't remember what their name was.
Onag.
Onag,
And those
yeah.
were, coincidentally, the 2 that survived, you might remember, your flashback sequence. Those 2 burst into the hall and come charging up the stair, or charging into the room, shouting a challenge at
Screaming,
the
"Kill the Ghost
enemies in them, basically. Yeah, exactly. Destroy the intruder! No, that's not it. So, let's see if I can bring those on board here. Let's see if I can find them first of all.
And they're instantly immolated in some terrible trap from the temple that catches out to them.
Dead after one fell throw. Doom.
Right.
We're here to. Okay.
So they're like level 20 by now, though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's been a while.
Wow, phenomenal cosmic power.
Also, and they fought one of our old enemies.
Yeah, it's apparently not. Okay. Now the way this is going to work is that since we have 2 people who are currently in the tavern and not appearing in this picture, one of those, Tren, obviously that's you, will be playing your Oneg Goblin character because it makes sense to keep you involved with them in this combat. But the other one was technically played originally by Marie. So there's 2 options for this. One is that Marie can play this one too. The second one is that Jen can take over for Darrell and play that so that all 4 of you are invested. I am good either way. It's up to you.
Yeah, have
how you
fun.
folks love it.
She
Okay,
likes to
so-
stab.
I do not remember who you were playing. A lot has happened since that game.
It's true.
Darrell, and she was, I believe, an elf who,
Okay.
and I have her little, you must have her little sheet that you can send her, right? Gregor, do you want me to send her what I have?
I think so. I probably
Otherwise,
put it
I
in,
think I saved it.
I might have put it in Discord. We'll see. Thank you very much, hon.
I can find it and send it to you, and then she basically stabs like it was one of those small character sheet things that we
Yeah,
have.
exactly, because I have the stat, and I think what I just did is I just discorded it to you. If you want to forward it on,
I
Yeah.
will. I will
okay.
grab it and send
And I'll
it to
just
you. Jen.
roll d20s.
Yeah, and you can have fun with it.
Okay.
and
So
I
you
want to
can
find the
fight too.
token that I had for that because I know I had a token here, or I thought I had a
here
token
she
here.
is. Okay.
So where are you sending it to? Discord or Zoom?
I'll send it on Discord.
Okay.
I don't know where mine is either.
I can resend it to you.
Thank you.
This was something obviously I couldn't set up ahead of time because it depended on how things broke. So
Here you go. It's in your Discord now, Jen.
Okay, I will open it up in.
here you are.
This is
Real.
cool though.
No, I found it.
You
Does-
found it?
is
I
she
just did too.
strong- as
Literally at the
strong
same
as-
time, I think. Trent.
Right.
Is she stronger than this?
What do you have for listed for her?
She is got 3 hit points, armor class 13.
What level is she though?
Doesn't say.
It doesn't
Doesn't
say.
say. Here,
No,
I'll
she's,
send you.
she's the same that she was.
Really?
Yep.
Guess she doesn't have the PC glow.
It's
No
been a
problem.
little bit of a rough time since.
Okay, what am I using? Dark devotion. Oh. Okay, yeah. Advantage on saving throws against charmed and mate. Can't sleep. Like sneak attack per turn.
Okay.
Melee attacker, she has an advantage on the attack roll.
Bear with us, chat, as
4.
we get this this character added. I don't, for some reason,
That's
I'm not
exciting.
finding the token, and I don't know why. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it was in.
What's her hit points, Marie? Do you remember?
I think it's right
Oh,
there.
no,
It's
sorry,
33.
it's right there.
Yeah.
It's right there. I was reading past.
No, that's fair. There's a lot there. So if you're interested in playing her, Jen, I figured you'd want. It's okay if you don't, but
No, I'm all about it. No, I did just figure out my 25 words to send to you.
oh,
as
nice,
Tiziana.
nice.
How's everything going?
Oh no, it's funny.
Okay.
Because I can't quite remember what you told me you guys were doing.
Okay, and it was and Dareal, I believe, was the elf or half elf.
Half elf, yeah.
Okay.
I sent you her sheet in case you needed it too.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, the sheet I saw, it's the token I'm not understanding that I can't find.
All right.
Not that one. Okay.
Or when a
We're
target
going to do
is
this one for now. I don't think that was the same one, but it's fine. Okay. And I'm going to put that and make that available. Okay. And I'm going to make that available to you, Jen. Should be available now, I believe. So you should be able to
Mhm.
control her.
Okay. Yes.
All right. And then I'm going to get your goblin up, Tren.
1, 2, 3. Okay. These are 10-foot squares or 5-foot squares?
I think these are 5 feet, but wait a second so I can
They're
confirm.
deceptive. They are 5-foot squares, but they're broken into smaller squares. Each tile is the thing.
Okay, got it.
So like the individual squares are like 2.5 feet. So
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, that's right. 1 square is 5 feet, so yes.
Just basically, I'm just checking to see how far away, and then I can get there in 1 turn.
There we go. Here's Oneg. I knew that was there somewhere. Exactly.
Oh.
she is the largest goblin you will ever encounter.
All right, and nameplate, and it is controlled by Tren. You should now have control over Oneg as well.
I do.
Okay.
But I have another request.
Okay.
You say there's a bunch of guys jumping on chairs down here.
Yeah, with desks. There's one here, one
Whatever.
here, and one here.
Oh, they actually are there. All right,
Yes.
never mind.
Yeah, they were blended in. I did not
Yeah.
actually see
They
them.
camouflage in the books. It's one of their
I
skills.
thought they were figurines being studied by the university. Never mind.
Okay. All right. So, so they are going to come in, and so I'm going to ask you actually each to roll initiative for them, so I can add them to the mix. So if you could, yeah.
7 plus. There's Dex. So 13 for me.
All right. And Tren Oneg's initiative, please.
21.
Okay. 21. Well, that's pretty good. What's Oneg's raw score, dex score?
16.
All righty. All right, and then the last thing is just very quickly, Oneg's total hit points, because you're at full hit points here.
33.
Okay. And Dariel's hit points.
33.
Sorry, Jen.
33.
Also 33. Lovely. Okay. All right, then we begin at the top of the round with Nisiana. And still hanging in the tavern and sitting there looking at Zell.
Yeah. I actually am going to send the message.
Okay.
Because it's a very happy date went well. Zell's happy. What do we need from him to get to visit Flamewind? Is all well there? Like my new spell? I do.
That's all 25 words.
That's 25 words.
I
and you
love
get 25 words with that.
I love the fact that it's all like date went well. It's like the classic. You're trying to do something and the phone is just like, stop.
That's great.
Stop doing this. All right. That comes through, and they can respond with a
25 words.
25 words. Okay. Sounds good. We will. I look forward to the response that we're going to get in just a minute. Otherwise, you're just you sent that. That's an action to send.
That is an action and a spell.
Okay.
So basically, he's sitting down, and I never tried the spell, so I do the spell, and then I wait
Okay.
because I've not used it on Nisiana. It's almost like telepathy, so
It's true.
it's exciting. She gets to do it.
So that then is going to lead us to Oneg, who has entered the fray. A new challenger has entered the fray.
Okay. So she is going to mutter something in Goblin, and she's going to just move over here and stab the living crap out of this guy.
Okay. Attack the knees, so to speak.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just put this thing in here, and I need to make a slight adjustment because she is actually at a +5 to hit. So,
I'm actually liking this map, by the way. This sort of top down, like from the shattered glass dome, like staring right down at them.
no, that's a +2. Where's my dex? It's +2, so it should be +3. And that's +5. Okay, so 1d4 +3. Yes, so think.
21 will hit.
All right, that's for one of her 2 melee attacks
Okay.
with her dagger, and the other is a 14.
14 will not hit.
Okay, but her dagger damage is not coming up. There it goes. All right, 6 points of piercing.
6 more. Ah! One of them grunts in pain as the dagger bites home and sort of looks down at you balefully.
As one does.
As one does when they've been stabbed in the ankle. Okay, You moved, you attacked. That's going to bring us to the bad guys. You will be very stunned, Onag, to hear that you were immediately attacked back by the person who you just stabbed.
I wasn't quite done yet.
Oh, sorry. And for your last trick, you're going to, sorry.
For my my bonus action, because she has nimble escape.
Okay.
Is going to disengage.
Ah.
Oh, okay. That changes what I do.
Oh.
And move where?
No, it's all good. No, it's just, it means something Darnell is familiar with.
She can't move far, but she can move here.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. So.
Now I'm done.
Yes. This one was starting to rig up something, but changes their mind and jumps down. The classic, Troy movie, with the sword attempting to stab you, and is going to get 2 attacks. First one, I think, is going to hit, unless something has happened with Onag's AC that I'm not aware of, because that is a 23 to hit.
Hits.
And then the second one is going to be a 13.
Just misses.
Okay. So with that one hit, that is going to do 7 points of damage to Onag.
Okay.
All right. Meanwhile, the other 2 are continuing to do something with and it looks like they're trying to rig ropes from the desk to the bookcase, but you can't really, this bookcase over here and this bookcase over here where the other one is. Not clear what that's about, but they're still fiddling with that. Now the one that is on the stairs is going to attack you, Marame. It's going to, again, attack twice with the longsword.
Okay.
First one is going to be 15.
I laugh it off.
And the second one's a 14. Not
I
good.
laugh even more.
Laugh even more heartily. Okay, that's going to bring us to Alarian, who's up next.
You're muted, John.
Thank you. Let's try that again. All right. Attacking twice.
Yes.
Okay, 18.
An 18 will hit.
Okay, there we go. All right, we have a baseline. And, by the way, 11 points of damage. So, smack. Yeah,
Okay.
per that. Indeed. I haven't responded to his overture of leaving. I just keep forward shield
I
and sword
assumed,
and just,
yeah.
Yep. All right, okay. All right, that's
Okay.
something. And then, second attack. 14. Damn it.
Yeah, that's
And then on my bonus action, I will blow 2 of my soul dice to self-mending Aegis and heal myself.
oh, nice.
Yeah. A lousy 8 points. Great. Okay,
Okay.
that wasn't exactly what I had in mind.
So it's
Every
4
point
plus 4?
counts.
It's twice that.
It's twice that, okay.
The amount plus 2 and I rolled like crap.
Okay, so it's 8 out of 18 now
Yep.
on the Aegis? Okay. All
Okay,
right.
well, that's my turn.
All right.
I hit him, so yay.
Yeah, that is. No, you did. And they have tasted. The fur has been broken. Dariel is up next.
All right. I can get here. That's 30 feet. Or does going over a table slow me down?
I was going to say that, yeah, because you'd have to really go 5, 10, 15, 20, and then, yeah, you'd have to basically jump up on the table and down. I don't think you can do all of that with a guy there, too. You could probably, if you make an acrobatics check for me, you could get up onto this table.
Would that count as a flank?
Sure.
Okay. Well, in that
If you
case,
can get there.
So what's my acrobatics?
If you have that. If not, I'll take
I
Dex.
do not have acrobatics.
So let's say
okay,
dexterity.
well then, I am going to. Actually, I will do the thing that I know that I can do. I'm going to come over here, 15 feet, and I'm going to stab this guy with a sneak attack.
Okay. 5, 10,
So
15.
one, I have an advantage.
So just so you know,
I hate to be a jerk. Yeah.
Oh no, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
Well, we're like 40 feet in the air.
Yeah, exactly. He's up the
We're
stairs.
not on the. We're not.
I
yeah, we're not on
can't
the bottom.
represent that on the map,
Yeah.
but they climbed
Yeah.
a little bit. So
2, 3.
Mhm.
Can I get?
I
Okay,
think
so this is 15 feet here. So how far up the stairs?
about 40 more. So you could if you double moved, I think you could probably get close to them, but I don't think you'd get there quite.
All right. Well, then I guess I'm going to do the accurate. I'm going to come around and just attack here.
Okay.
I get to attack twice. I won't do it at advantage, except I can. It does say if the target is within 5 feet of an ally, I can sneak attack him.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay, so then I will attack twice. Okay, +4. Okay, so 13 for the first.
That's a miss.
Okay. 15 for the second.
Also a miss.
Well, then I guess I'm not sneak attacking.
You tried, but it was a sneak miss in this particular case.
Yeah, because it looks like I only have a +4 to attack.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. The
Yeah.
sneak attack would
Okay.
still be there, but okay.
All right.
But that's going to lead us to Tantin, who might now be seeing the stew. Looks like it's getting brought over. It's not there yet, but it'll be there next turn, just so you know. And it's very important to plan around the arrival of that stew. In the meantime,
get
are
my stuff
you?
off the table?
Yeah, I was going to say, are you still just like, are you focusing on what you're doing before, like last round?
Yeah,
Or
so-
okay,
Right. So as a result, he probably hasn't even noticed the stew is on its way.
okay, that makes
Because
sense.
His perception sucks.
Fair enough. Plus, it's loud, rowdy, and people are whatever. So,
Yeah.
Okay. So you're doing what you're doing. Spanner continues to be a good boy while staying there, if I'm not mistaken. That leads.
Laconic.
Yes, exactly, and iconic too in the process. That's going to lead us to the Rakshasa, who is going to attack you again, Alarian, with the power of 3 attacks.
Fucker.
Let's see. Stop me if you heard this before. That first one is going to be a miss. I don't know about the second, third yet. That first one's a 15, so that's obviously
Miss.
a miss. The second one, second one is a 26. He's mixing it up this time. And the third one is a critical hit. Wow. This guy is literally rolled. I literally rolled. I won't tell you what I rolled for the second one because I don't want to give stuff away, but it was very high, and then I rolled a 20. So that's bad.
Yeah.
So let's see. On that first one, let's see. That's going to be right. Okay, that is ow. That's an ow, is what we're going to call that. All right. The non-critical is going to do... Oh, actually, no, he's not going to use it on that. Never mind. So the first one is going to... It's still going to hit hard, though. First one is going to be... The non-critical is going to be 12 slashing damage. That was the non-critical.
I guess I'll let that all through. So it's my
damn.
17, 15.
Okay. And then the second
I'll take
one...
my armor to block some of it or something.
Yeah, the second one is the one that's going to hurt. So that's, in particular, 12.
Not that the first one didn't, but you know.
No, in particular. That second one is going to be a grand total of... That's probably going to knock you down. 32 points of damage. Because the critical hit on that particular one was bad. Now, I would normally ask you to make this saving throw, but because you're going to automatically fail it because he does, so what happens is he basically slams into you and then, like I said, basically force pushes you off the railing. So you go flying backwards over the railing and down and hit the ground below. You're going to take an additional 3 points of bludgeoning damage when you hit. So, I believe... You're at 0 out of 18.
Hold on. Wait, do I go negative on the first attack? I don't remember. It's 32. I only had like 15 and 8 is 24. So negative 6 or something?
23. But yeah, so it would be a negative 9, I believe, because 32, right? So
yeah.
Because that was that critical.
Or negative 8.
Right. That sounds right.
And then 11. I'm at negative 11.
Negative 11, yeah. So Alarian is very hurt. And we're just going to put you basically there is where you land, Alarian. And the Rakshasa, as you hit the ground, says, I told you you could have retreated, he purrs, and then moves to engage Merime. Okay. Not looking good for the home team at the moment, but we will see how things change for a while. Did I mention that the Rakshasas are badasses? Have I described that in detail? Because they are nasty. Merime, you are up next. And now the creature has not... I'm trying to think if the creature would come to engage you. Probably he would. So I think the creature is going to take a few steps down, but he's not going to... He can't attack you or anything this turn. So at the moment, you've still got the one behind... The one that you're facing, the one that you've hit for a lot of damage, in front of you, and then you hear the purring of the creature behind you.
Okay. I still have no idea what's blocking my magic or anything, right? Because like a thunder wave right now would feel super awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, you can try it, but yeah, so far you don't know. Except, you might specify there might be some like magic dampening attack. And you do notice that they have not used, as far as you know, any magical attacks. Whatever was just, well, you don't know what was done to Alarian, but that seems to not be, well, it seems to be more likely to be innate. You just heard, and then smash.
Okay, so he's down. They're both against me, so even if I jump down after Ilarion to stabilize him, they're going to get attacks of opportunity, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to first answer my sister.
Okay. This seems appropriate time to do this.
I'm going to say, awesome to hear your voice. Great spell. Under attack in library. Ilarion down. Help would be great. Magic doesn't work. Love you.
Is that 25?
That's 25.
Oh
I
my
had another
goodness.
message, but I had to adapt it.
That's
because Ilarion's
awesome.
Down.
Oh my god. I think even oh god, I'm so shocked. I can't remember who I'm with. Trendane.
Tantin.
I think Tantin's going to, based on her reaction, is going to know this.
Yeah, and it's that
I
little
don't know.
love you at the end too. I kept 2 words just to tell you I loved you.
Oh no.
Okay,
Apparently, I'm so upset my cat decided he needed to come comfort me.
The cat's
That's a
like,
good
listen,
kitty."
Rakshasas don't speak for all of us, okay? Like, we're
Yeah.
sorry about that.
Oh.
Hey, Ilarion, I'm so sorry. I cannot help you yet. So, the guy in front of me looks pretty hurt, though, right?
Yes.
I'm going to try to hit him and hope.
Well, I can't hear you anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I'm
You
apologizing.
drift somewhere
in my
through
heart.
the astral plane, thinking, about situations.
I am so sorry. Okay, so I am going to try to hit him.
Okay.
Oh.
Natural.
Wow. Dang. Well, you sure did. What's max damage?
It is 13 is max damage.
Okay. Okay. He looks exceedingly like one, you could push him over with a pinky and he'd fall, but he's not quite dead.
Defensive flourish.
Again, I love this because it's the Bruce Lee thing, like this, and then he has, like, just the backhand, like the little part of his hand to finish it off.
They pissed me off. They hurt my friend.
Nice.
Nice. So you just obliterate him, is what you're telling me. Just throw him back off the stairs. Yes, he is quite dead. He goes falling back down the stairs with a cry and then lies still.
And then I'm going to turn around. I am going to
Bright eyes.
Turn around.
and I'm going to bring up my rapier and like I'm ready for you, kitty. How hurt does he look?
Not that hurt.
Oh,
No,
shit.
he has been
Oh,
hit, but he's not that hurt.
Once.
He got hurt
look
once.
confident. I look very confident.
Outstanding. I look forward to that moment. Okay, that was, let's see, Merime. That's going to bring us to the top of the round. Nisiana, you have just heard some stuff.
So basically, Nisiana is sitting there. She like basically kind of flails and smacks Tantin
Oh!
With the stew, like literally, you're like, oh, it's like
No,
stew goes just up
I
into your
hit
face.
his arm. I was just
Okay.
like,
No, I'm just imagining like the wait staff person gets there and is in the process of setting the thing down. Splat! And
Just
it's
like,
all over.
sorry.
I don't think she would hurt you in the actual plot. Okay, she might, but
I was going to say
It takes
hello.
5 stew damage.
she basically hits your arm and says, "They're in the library. They're being attacked. Alarian is down." I hit him. I grab Zell. I yank him towards me. I'm like, "Get us to the library."
Yeah. And Zell's kind of like, between Cloud9 and like shot. What? Yep. So he just like gets up now. Now I have to say, Zell moves with a confidence that you have not seen, perhaps having to do with a certain date that went well. And he
Yes,
says, in a much lower voice than you're accustomed to, "Clear a path." And like, and people who are mostly stunned at hearing Zell do anything other than just sort of blah, 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 babble at them, kind of like almost half out of shock, sort of stumble out of the way. And there is in fact a path that is cleared, and he marches forward. So Nisiana, if you want, Tantan won't be able to do this until he recovers from his 5 stew damage. No, I'm joking. But he will have to do this on his turn. But on your turn, you can definitely exit the tavern. If you wish.
I am moving at speed
Okay.
because Alarian is down and my sister is in danger, and Zell goddamn better get me to this library.
Okay.
Wherever this library is.
Okay. Yeah, you're not that
Oh,
far
actually,
from the
no.
university, so you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so you book down the city streets. I'm going to rule that you're going to be double moving the whole time. I'm going to say it's going to take you probably 3 rounds to get there, though.
I know I'm not going to be in the fight, but I'm.
No, I get it. Like, come on.
There will be a point once Tantan and Spanner gets moving that Spanner is going to scoop you up. And so you'll get
That's
his movement
awesome.
instead
I
of
can't
yours.
wait. That's going to be good. Okay.
I'm sure
Tantan's-
we've played around with that move at some point.
Because all Tantan does is says steed, and
Yep.
he goes into carrying you mode.
Sweet.
Sweet. I look
Yes,
forward to that.
that is Nisiana coming to rescue her sister. Now she will also rescue Alarian, but her sister has died, and now she is in danger again because Alarian is down. This is bad.
It is bad. And we will see how you will recover and help them out with this. And that's going to lead us to Onag, who is facing a bandit, although you heard a thunderous crash. And you can look over Onag very quickly and see that the Starforge seems to have hit the ground and is lying motionless.
Whatever.
I don't know who that guy
I
is.
don't know who he is. And so, since she is very small, she is going to move back here into a flanking position.
Yep.
And she's going to get started with people.
Appropriately,
So-
you're near the F section, flanking for wizards right behind you.
Oh,
You know,
that's
just like
what flanking. I was on a different F word. Sorry.
Well, that's how we all feel about this Rakshasa right now. All right, go ahead and do your thing.
So 20.
Yes, we'll hit.
Nice.
Dirty 20.
Dirty
for that.
20.
And
Nice.
for the second attack, 22.
Also, obviously, we'll hit.
So damage for number 1, damage for number 2,
Wow.
10 points.
Yep. Starting to look pretty hurt.
So he's not down
Not
yet.
down, no.
Okay, then she is going to do Fury of the Small, which adds an extra 6 damage, so 16 points of damage.
Okay. Now looking quite hurt, not dead, but very hurt now. As Fury of the Small, that's so great.
love
Attacks
that.
them. Okay. I assume you're staying where you are, Knight, because you moved into that flank position.
Yeah.
Well, it's their turn. So out of desperation, having been hit with this Fury, he hits back with the Fury of the Nearly Dead, and is going to attack you twice, Onag. Is going to flail wildly both times with a 6 and an 8, and feels bad, and should do bad. There are now ropes attached to desks, and the others seem to be making some arranged some plan. They're doing something with those desks and bookcases now that there are ropes attached, but you can't quite clearly see yet because all of you are a little otherwise occupied or unconscious. And so they did those two things, and that's going to lead us to Alarion, who needs to make his first death save for me, please.
Better make it.
Nice.
Yep, one
Nice.
success.
Whew.
All right. Okay. One success for Alarion. That brings us to Dariel.
I'm going to stab the person in front of me
Seems logical.
at advantage.
Yes.
Yeah.
So one. Okay, I'm going to attempt to stab the person in front of me at advantage.
You said at advantage.
Yeah,
That
the
was
beauty
only
of
one
advantage is
So 16.
16 will hit.
Yes. And that puts her damage, her plus 4 to hit.
This is probably a sneak attack, right? Because
Yeah,
Yeah.
so 7 points plus 2 points plus a d4. So 9 points plus. Do I have to roll? Has he got more than 9 points?
for sneak. Well,
yeah.
Okay, 9 points plus a d4. 10 points.
So, yeah. So you do in fact hit, and he kind of stumbles backwards and forwards, and then there's a moment where he hits something and then sort of topples over, and Daniel, you see yourself looking at the familiar face of Onag.
Okay, but I have a second attack, and I'm
Okay.
going to throw a dagger at this guy.
Okay, so your
Wait.
attack action, you're now.
I have two melee attacks.
Yeah,
Darn.
so, right.
Okay. Can I move and attack?
You moved in the flank. I think you can move, but you can't attack. That would be splitting the attack in a way that you
Okay,
can't
well
do.
then he goes down and I move. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4.
that's 20 feet.
You could do that,
Oh.
sure.
Basically, I get right up in his face.
Up in his grill. All right, we will see what happens next turn with that. That brings us to Tanton, who is just, you've cleaned the stew off you, I guess. And you just heard what Nisiana said.
Well, he basically, since the bag of holding is open, he just sweeps everything off the table into the bag and just kind of just looks. He doesn't even look down at Spanner. He's just like, Steed. And
Okay.
Spanner takes off after Nisiana to go
Okay.
pick her up. And then he gets up and follows through the probably starting to close.
Slightly,
hole.
although, well, Spanner really helps with that. Like, they're starting to, and then Spanner, and they're like, whoa, back again away. And what do we call him? Hold on, I want to find his name. Let's see. Oh yes, Bumper, the bouncer. Basically, the Warforged
Right.
bouncer is just like it gets out of the way as you go flying out. They're used to that, sort of getting out of the way in those situations. Hi, JLC. I hope you're doing well, JLC. Good to see you. Okay, so goes freaking just booking out of there, as does Tanton. And Tanton, I would say that when you get out of the tavern, you can see, of course, Spanner is already well ahead, running towards Nisiana. What is Spanner's top speed?
Single movement, he has 40 feet. So if he dashes, it's
Oh.
80.
80 feet. Well, that means so. Nisiana
I'm
all of a sudden you're
25.
whoa, like
Right. That's why we set
Yep.
this up.
absolutely okay. Now, does he just toss Nisiana onto his back, basically?
No, he probably gets right up next to her and is pacing her so that she has a chance to reach up and grab one of his shoulder plates and pull herself up.
Okay. I will say that even though that's happening technically not on her turn, I will say that you can do that as part of this sort of movement so that she's on Spanner now and ahead of you, Tanton, but obviously making, serious progress.
As Tanton passes Bumper,
Yeah.
he's like, there's an attack on the library at the university, and moves.
So okay, and there's all of a sudden you hear behind this sort of the sound of cacophony of people talking, but of course that's also the rowdiness. So who knows what that will do? We will find out. But in the meantime, that brings us back to the Rakshasa, who is now facing you, Merime, and is purrs at you.
But it's
And-
not flanking.
That is true.
Yes.
And looks at you and says, "The same deal I gave your friend. There's no reason for you to get hurt. Turn and leave now, and you can walk away." And then he attacks you.
I was gonna
But you
say,
could.
he's
But I
gonna
mean, you know, he's there and ready if you so do. He is going to attack you not once, not twice, but 3 times.
3 times.
Yes, he is.
He's very mean for
he
being a
is
big
very
kitty.
mean. That is a 23, 23, and 19.
My armor class is currently 23.
So
you
2
hit me
hits.
twice.
Even with a defensive flourish, man. Yeah. He's
My
he's,
max, like,
he's rough. Okay.
You said they were what?
23, 23, and 19.
So they all hit.
only
Her
2.
armor class is 23, dude.
Yeah,
19
because she
misses.
did that
Yeah.
defensive
Meet or
flourish. What's
What?
that?
It's me. If he rolls it, if her AC is 23 and he rolls a 23,
No, right.
rolled
He
a
rolled
19.
a
This-
19 as well.
You rolled a
Yeah.
So,
19.
Yeah, the
two
last one
23s and a
doesn't
19. Okay, so he is
oh
going.
right, okay, got it. Right, sorry.
Stop doing Arv's job for him, sir.
Okay, 10 plus 7. All right, 17. So that's
Bad
going to
job,
be
Otis.
17 points of damage, Marame.
Ow.
Now the bad news, because that second one, you need to roll a strength saving throw as you feel this wave of force hit you as he impacts you with his the second on that second
Telekinesis.
hit. That
It's
second
got to
attack.
be telekinesis.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not telekinesis?
That's not it. What this does, this does not throw you off the stairs. This does something different. He looks at you, and as he hits you, this wave of force, and you drop your rapier.
Shit, it's not a psychic damage thing, is it?
No, not psychic, and it hits the stairs
The
and does the
hell?
ding, 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 ding down the stairs. Not very far, but a couple steps behind you. And then
Enough
he
that
said,
I'd have to disengage. Right.
Right,
Okay.
exactly. And he says, there's no need for you to use that weapon. Every time he says something, he says it in this incredibly smug, smarmy, kind of way.
That he would never.
Yeah. And now he, with a feline smile, awaits as it is now your turn, Marame.
Okay, so I'd have to disengage to get my weapon.
Yes.
That's a problem. I don't want to do that. I have a feeling he'll attack.
If you disengage, he won't. You could disengage 5 feet and pick up your weapon, and do that without incurring attack of opportunity, but that's all you can do on your turn.
And then I can't attack him.
Right. Unless you have like a bonus action attack or something.
I'll do in my spells, but those haven't been handy,
Problem
and
is
no one
spells,
has
yeah.
used magic. What? Okay. Let me just give me 1 second
Sure.
here. You know what? I'm going to try talking to him. We could be friends. I'm going to turn and just pick up my weapon, but I'm going to hold it kind of loosely to my side because I can't use my action to attack him anyways.
Okay.
And I'm just going to say, okay, you've obviously got us outgunned. What are the terms of our surrender?
And he says, "Oh, you don't need to surrender to me. Just leave this area. Take your friend with you. If you can move him, he's rather large. And make sure that you stay away from Moorgrave for, the next 24 hours. And then, no problems. Oh, I see you have other friends here. Yes, make sure they leave too." Because behind him, they're like, attacking behind him, but he's just like super zen about the whole bit.
Okay.
He's got a very punchable face.
Yes,
He does.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, I hate to do it, but I'm just going to, I'm not going to trust that he won't attack me if I completely disengage.
Okay.
Because do I trust that he will? Can I insight check what he said?
Well, what are you doing? Because are you going to? It depends on what you do, really.
I just want to see if I feel that he's lying to me and he intends to let
Oh, sure.
me
Make
step
an insight
away.
check. I'll allow that.
Perfect. That's it. Okay, 19.
You think that he very clearly means what he says about killing you if you don't leave. And you think that he is very good at using and manipulating language to his own ends. You don't know 100%. You know that he lies all the time. Whether he's going to lie about this time, you don't know. But, yeah.
Okay, I am going to bonus action a healing potion, my last one that I have.
Wait 1 second on that. So you disengaged, you went back, right? And you backed up to pick up your weapon, or did you not do that?
Oh, because I disengaged. Oh, yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
think about that. I thought I was just like reaching behind.
No.
So then that would be my bonus.
Yeah.
And then I would be out.
Yeah.
I will stand there.
Sorry.
And see what happens. No, that's okay. Totally fair.
Okay. That is going to bring us to the top of the round. But you do have your rapier again, so that's good. Assuming that's what you did, right? Because you backed up. You disengaged enough to get to it, right, Mermaid?
Yeah,
Yes?
I
Okay.
would have. I mean,
Okay.
because...
So you have your rapier again, and you're just a little further down the stairs.
I mean, if I would have thought smarter of it, I would have just used the
bonus action to heal.
Yeah, but even then, it's not going to make that much of a difference at the rate he hits.
Yeah.
And if I don't have my weapon next time,
Yeah.
I can't attack. So I'm going to hope that he decides that because my weapon is still down. I am not attacking.
Fair enough. Okay. But at least you have it with you. You have it prepared, though.
Yeah, I have it
which
with
is
me,
good.
and I'm kind of hoping he'll decide that I'm not worth it and move on, although I doubt he will. But I know my sister's on the way, so I feel pretty good about this.
Okay. That brings us to the top of the round and brings us to Nisiana, the aforementioned sister, who is currently barreling through the streets on a mechanical dog with Spanner. Now, people are used to some strange things here in this here Eberron, in this here Sharn. But this is a little, as you're just like zipping through. And I would say...
Is Zell anywhere near me? Because...
Is who?
Zell, because I don't actually know where the library is.
No, Zell has no chance of keeping up with Spanner.
Okay, so then I will have to pull Spanner back to pace Zell.
Okay,
I
and
don't
Zell
know
is
where the
kind
library is.
and I would say Zell kind of try what? Yeah, like one of those type of deals, right? And
We were in the library. You know where the library is.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know where the library is, yeah.
And you know
Okay.
where the stairs were that we were breaking into as well, so you kind of know the area where we would be under the dome.
Okay, never mind. I barrel.
Okay,
I am
just
running,
booking it. Yeah, Spanner needs a siren.
and I am not stopping at the guards at the thing.
Yep.
The ones who asked. All I'm gonna yell is the library's under attack, and I'm gonna keep going.
Okay, I would say the next round you're going to reach the base of the stairs. I'll say the round after that, unless you get stopped by the guards, you will be inside, and I would say the round after that, you would be at the library. I'd say 3 rounds till you can get there, assuming
Okay.
you keep at the same pace and all you're doing is double moving. So go ahead.
You are
Sorry.
dressed as what?
I am
You're
dressed
dressed
as a
as-
student.
A student. Okay.
I don't know what the belt is, but the belt is hidden because this thing was so big
Right.
that I
Oh,
mean,
because remember, we used Spanner to trim it way down. So
right,
it
but
fit
it
you
was
properly.
still big in here, so it's there's a
Okay.
belt, but it's over, and I'm on the dog, and I'm yelling. I will just simply yell that
Right.
the library is under attack. As-
And how far is the dome from where the guards are? Would they
Uh,
have heard the glass shattering?
They
Never
no,
mind.
because they would have been
It was like-
they wouldn't have been because they're down below at the bottom. What they might, however, well, we'll talk about this in a minute.
we'll
there
get
are
that
yeah.
point.
there are multiple factors of people
Yeah,
running around
yeah.
and doing things. Okay, so Nisiana does that. Oneg, you are there having killed having had Daniil kill them. There are 2 left, and there's also you can see the Rakshasa on the stairs.
Now, you said that there are ropes attached to these desks.
Correct, from the desk to the bookcase now.
Is this desk that she's next to one of the ones that has the...
Yes, because anything
Okay.
that has a living bandit on it has a rope on it.
Which this did, but yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so
Exactly.
No,
Reno.
she doesn't think that's that important. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. She should just be able to get here.
Yep.
and stabbity.
All
Well,
right.
she might have to jump.
Stab up. Yes.
She's aiming for the Achilles tendon.
Okay.
And the popliteal artery just because she's a cleric, so it's right there.
I'll provide a flank on that because I think that, the two of you are basically on the other side of the tables, and I think that makes sense to me. So yes, you can do that.
Then, dagger at advantage for 14.
Not going to hit.
Okay, and the second hit, or the second attack.
No, I like the optimism. The second hit, clearly.
15.
15's not going to hit either. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
2 misses. He kind of dances out of the way as you're like, stop moving, as you're doing this. Okay.
And she will bonus action hide under the desk.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That seems appropriate.
You're not going to give me the flank?
Oh, that's a good point. Right. No, she will stay there.
She starts to, and she's like, wait a minute. Okay. Now, let's see. Okay. So, the 2 are there attached. Okay. Let's see. So, okay, good, right. So, having done all of that, the bad guys go, and both of them turn, and basically they or I guess I should say they kneel down in place, and they do something with what both Oneg and Daryl can now see is some kind of mechanism which they've attached to the desk and the rope. And suddenly the ropes, this mechanism, shoots out what look like 2 spikes with very strong, it almost looks like a very strong kind of thread. It's not quite rope. It's bigger than a thread, but less than a rope, coming out of the mechanism.
Twine.
Yeah, but very strong though, like, but the same kind of idea. And basically twirls around the rope that is attached to the sky coach that is on the Rakshasa. And the Rakshasa notes this and says, "Excellent. Well, this will all come to a very pleasant end soon." And is so kind of, and has all that sort of set up above them. So there's now these twining things which are attached from the rope to the 2 bookcases, right? And or I should say, attached to the 2 ropes that are attached from the desk to the bookcase. So you have multiple twines around his main rope, which is attached to the sky coach above the dome. And having done that, they just kneeled down and activated the mechanism, and then they are not going to attack you because that took their action, but they are now prepared to attack, it appears. And actually, I think probably this one over here, having done what he did, will probably just jump down just to the floor. This other one's not going to do that because there are 2 of you, and so he's not going to deal with that situation. So this other one will stay on top of the table. Okay, that's going to bring us to Alarian, who has to make his second death save for us. It's a paracord. Yeah, exactly. That is a fail. So 1 success, 1 fail. And unfortunately, Alarian was one of the people who doesn't have a hero point to play with, sadly. Okay. All right, Alarian, 1 success, 1 failure. That leads us to Daryl, who is up next. You've got a flank on this dude in front of you, and you just saw what happened with the ropes.
Yeah. Okay, so my character, I'm assuming, understands how the library is connected. If the ropes pull up, do they take the table and the bookcase, or do they take the top of the tower?
Unclear, but it seems that the very strong nature of the secondary ropes that just fired out from the mechanisms suggests that this is intended to do something maybe more structurally to the building rather than just take the desks, if you had to guess.
Okay. I'm going to stab the guy in front of me twice, and I'm going to say, destroy the ropes. 2.
Onag.
Olag.
Onaga.
Onega, sorry.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, oh man, I was pronouncing it wrong. Onega, quite right.
Onega.
Okay. All right, you do
Stab the
that.
person
Stab
in
the
front
dude
of me
twice.
twice
Let's do
at
that happen.
advantage.
Okay.
So yes.
Yes,
The
that will
first,
definitely hit.
which includes the sneak attack.
Okay.
Which is a 9 plus a d4. Where's my...
That doesn't sound right.
Well, it said, okay, so what it says is deals an extra 7, and it was 2d6 damage. Is what it says 7 2d6 damage, and then my to hit is 1d4 plus 2 piercing.
Okay, so then 1d4 plus 2, but then you roll 2d6. 7 is an average one that they would do, but you roll 2d6. You could get any number from 2 extra to 12 extra.
Yeah.
And 19 damage sounds more right to me as a collective. I mean, depending on. So yeah, so roll your regular damage, and then you can roll 2d6 for the sneak damage.
So
Nice.
6.
So 6 plus. Yep. 9. 15. Okay.
15.
So 15. That's very
first
impressive. That is a lot of damage.
For the first attack, and then I'm going to do a second since apparently he's not dead.
No, he had not been hit yet, but now he is.
30-20.
Right now I see a 12 plus 8 though. I don't think that's right. You rolled that at advantage, so.
Oh.
What it's
You rolled a 12
16.
and an 8.
16 will hit still though.
Okay. So that's only I don't get sneak attack on this
Right.
one.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Oh wait, that's right. Sneak attack every time. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh. Okay.
As long as you and an ally are within 5, you always get sneak
Okay.
attack.
So 6 plus.
I was hoping you'd have the exact same one before.
I was too.
No.
So
6
11
plus,
total.
So 11.
Okay, he's very hurt now. Just to be clear, that was a lot. Okay, he is quite hurt, but not quite dead. Okay, and I assume you're staying where you are, Daryl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Tanton, you're up. Now, Spanner is running through the streets. Nisiana is basically he's doing the movement with Nisiana's turn because, right? So, but if you want Spanner to be like, I don't know, randomly barking at people, you could. I don't know how you want to do things, but he's otherwise just going to be booking it.
Yeah,
is that it? Okay, so then
that's all he's doing. He is her steed.
That's what I figured. So okay, so then what are you, Tanton, doing?
Tanton is booking, but he's slower than he only moves 30.
Very dangerous
40.
over short distances.
Right, exactly.
Okay. Natural sprinters. All right. Okay. All right. And I assume while you're doing that, you can't be like, you're not adding. Okay, that's fine. So you're just basically running right after them is what you're doing. Okay. Okay. That's going to lead us then. We already talked about Spanner. That's going to lead us to the Rakshasa. Now, the Rakshasa is going to step up to you, Marame, and is going to say, all right, if you leave now and your friends leave now, I will let you leave. If you do not leave, I will attack you and I will kill you. And he says all that very calmly. He has his sword sort of pointed at you, but he does not attack you yet. But he looks prepared to do so. Almost as if he is holding something, an action, waiting to see what will occur.
Weird.
Yes, I say almost as if. And it's your turn, Marame, so you now get to go.
Okay. I don't. Okay, me completely getting myself killed here will not actually help anything. So So he's in melee with me.
Yes.
The question is he going to attack when I step back?
Mm-hmm.
I am going to. I'm going to stand there. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to kind of give a little.
Can I make a recommendation? I mean, it's metagaming, so if the DM's answer is no,
I'm not wild about that.
Okay.
I'd rather not.
Should have just done it quietly in chat, Tren.
I know. I didn't have time to type it out. So.
That's fair. Let me just check one more thing. I'm still not sure if he's going to actually let me go or not, eh?
Oh, is that a question?
Yeah. For my
I mean,
insight check.
he's definitely, he definitely didn't attack you on his turn, but there is a maybe held action-ish thing. Maybe.
Right. I don't know if he's doing it because I'm going to attack though, or if he's doing it waiting for me
Good
to
question.
attack me when I step away.
Yeah.
That I don't know. Okay. I'm going to just ping him telepathically.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, I'm going to withdraw, but it looks like I may be running out of employment now. So if you need extra help, you let me know. I'm a freelancer at this point. And then
Okay. I would say he responds and he says, "Very well. We may have need of your services. Take your friends. Tell the rest of them to stand down." He kind of just says that all telepathically quickly.
perfect.
Yeah. And then you move wise. Are you backing down the stairs?
I am
Okay.
backing down the stairs, yes.
So he does not attack.
Okay, and I'm walking with confidence. I'm not giving in to, like,
Are
if he
you
was gonna,
backing down or turning and walking?
I'm gonna back down 2 steps,
Okay. Yeah, he just
And then-
watches.
and then I'm gonna,
Okay.
and I'm gonna walk towards Hilarion, and I'm going to bonus action my. No, I only have 1 healing potion. Oh wait, healing potions don't work on Hilarion, do they?
He has no mouth.
He has no mouth.
Yeah.
Well, that's a
But he
problem.
must scream. No.
He's got a couple of holes in his armor. You could probably pull it out.
Well, I'm going to drink the healing potion.
Okay.
And as I walk down, I want to kind of analyze what else is happening here, because obviously I'm not going to actually retreat all the way. But
Right. So you see the 2 ropes. You see the one bandit has, or raider, whatever, has landed right here. You can see that there are these 2 other people that you don't recognize who are over here dealing with this one guy on a table. And then
Okay.
you see, obviously, the Alarian lying flat on his back.
Okay, so I just rolled my, so I get 7 points back
Okay.
for my hit points, and then I don't remember how you play this, Greg, because I haven't technically taken my action unless you say that me talking was my action.
No, I would say not. No, you can still take an action if you want.
Can I switch weapons, or is the DM against?
Depends on what you're doing, or if you're like, from what to what.
I want to basically try to shoot one of the ropes.
Okay. And you're aware. Okay. Yes, you can do that. Be aware that there may be a triggered action that comes as a result of that. But you can do that. That is going to be not an easy shot, but I will allow it. Now there's 3 ropes. There are the rope coming from here. There is the rope
Okay.
coming from here. And then there is the main central rope. Now, those 2 ropes are attached to that main central rope now, but that he is connected to that goes up to the sky coach at the top.
Oh, he's connected to one of the ropes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't there a 3rd set where the other bandit was?
Over here.
No, yeah, but they didn't have a chance to attach it because
Oh, okay.
certain people brought that to an end.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like I had nothing to do with that. Yeah. Yeah, so that one is not set. The other 2 are.
Okay. You know what? No, I'm gonna spend my action if you'll allow, and that's completely up to you. I basically want to look around and try to figure out what the hell. I'm assuming that the magic block, I can't figure it out, but I want to see if I can try to figure out what the hell they're trying to do. Like, are they trying to lift up Flamewind?
Let's have you.
I don't want to give him his held action. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. No, I get it. Let me have you make. Let me have you make a perception check. I don't think this is insight here. Let's have you make a perception check.
I prefer insight, but I get it. Okay.
18. So it looks to you as if the you had already remarked that the bookcases and stuff looked pretty well attached to the walls. And it looks like these ropes here are in some ways likely to affect, if they're attached properly, are likely to have an impact on the structural integrity of this thing, of the entire room. Now, the room at the top of the stairs is supposedly Flamewind's room. And it is the case, quite likely, that there's something that may affect the structural integrity of maybe the door leading into it or something. But if you had to guess, this looks like an attack on the structural integrity of the building in some respect.
Okay. But without that third rope that failed
Unsure.
to.
You don't
Unsure,
know
okay.
if the third was a guide rope, was like a kind of a backup rope, and if they only need two, or if they've only got, they've got, they need three. You don't know yet.
Okay, and how far up is it to Flamewind's door from where the...
So it's about 100 feet to the top of the hall. So, from where you are right now, it's probably a good 90 feet up the spiral staircase with a Rakshasa in the way, sadly.
Okay, I'm going to go down, not my full movement. I'm going to go down about 30 feet and then just kind of hold there.
Okay, that's almost going to get you to the bottom of the stairs, just so you know, and that's fine, but just letting you know that's the case.
Yeah, because I can't stabilize Eberron. I don't think I know how.
Could she? Yeah, that's we were discussing that in chat.
I guess, yeah, we haven't had a chance to talk about the stabilizing issue.
Mhm.
If I just sing him a really good song, like really good.
I think that Tanton could. I don't know that Merime could. But I do want to point out to the player, to the party, that if they get out of this, it might be a good idea for Tanton to speak to them about ways to stabilize Eberron in these instances.
And at this point, yeah, but eventually.
Yeah.
Right.
Plus, Spanner, when we get in there in 2 rounds, Spanner can heal Eberron.
Yep, could be. That's right.
At 2 rounds, a lot can happen in 2 rounds.
I know. I'm trying to keep Merime alive that long, but I'd like them not to get Flamewind at the same time. But without my magic, I'm going to just scream at the other two and say, what the hell are these magic blocks? Can I use my magic somehow? And then I'll stop now. I've taken enough time.
Long 6 seconds there, Marie.
I know. I was very thoughtful in it.
That'll bring us up to the top of the round with Nisiana. And by the way, I'm going to bring us to our break shortly, but I was hoping to get through to get to a certain beat in this combat. So, Nisiana, you are up next. You're still booking it, I assume.
Yep.
And I think this said that I think I said that you get to the base of the stairs with this one. No, you were at the base of the
2
stairs.
rounds
2 rounds. So this actually, you actually booked to it, and now the guards step forward, but as you're charging up the stairs, the doors fly open, and you see someone dressed in robes, looking kind of like you, but a faculty member, Nisiana, kind of comes out and is yelling at the guards who are like, and then they kind of turn around, and then there's this like this alarm bell that starts going off within Morgrave. And the students and faculty around sort of all stop, and then they're looking up and start kind of moving and talking to each other as if this is like a big deal when this happens. Okay. So you're continuing to move up, as we've said before, Nisiana. That leads you to Onega, who is facing down this dude, and there's the rope and all that kind of stuff. What do you want to do, Onega?
Wait, whose turn is it?
It's Onega.
Okay, Onega.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. I was.
For a second there, I thought it was me. I was like, wait.
Yeah, I thought you were just waiting for a big like. I've decided to do this.
My world.
Excuse me. Okay.
So yeah, more of the same. Just stabbing at this dude with the avantage.
Okay.
There's the first one, which is a natural 20.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I like to see. Okay.
And the second one is
Is not a natural 20. Yes.
It would have been a natural 1 if it didn't have the advantage, which was just back and forth. So yeah, the what would it be? It would be 1d4 plus 2, so that would be 6 plus 1, 7 points.
7 points. You'll be happy.
7 points doubled. No, maximum damage, not double damage. Sorry, so 7. Yes.
So 7. You'll be happy to know that he had 7 hit points left. So he topples over and with a groan lies still. And now there is only 1 bandit and 1 Rakshasa waiting in the chamber, or remaining in the chamber. So you do that attack. what now? And again, there's nobody left. You can still move if you wish. And there's the rope above you and all that.
And the bonus action hide takes place now.
Okay. Hi, Prince Justin. Hi, Triffid. All right. Now you do the bonus action hide. Now, the last one here
This one?
bolts
Yeah.
this way. So let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay. And then clambers up onto the desk. Is going to do nothing else. But he comes to the rope that is still there, that has been there since the other since the other raider had to deal with those people over on that side. Alarian normally would have been able to do an attack of opportunity were he not unconscious and currently dying. So he is on the table, and that's going to lead us to Alarian. Now, just a couple of notes, chat, that inspiration is definitely a thing on death saves. Alarian is up against it here. If he were to crit fail this death save, that would be 2 death failures, and that would be death. If he were to succeed with a crit 20, he would come back to life, or he could just get 1 death or 1 success or 1 failure. So inspirations have been reset, and I'm not demanding, of course, the chat do it. Chat can do what they like, but Alarian is in a bad way. So just noting for the record that, you know, bad things, chat.
Big bad thing.
Big bad things. Bad things. Bad problems.
Oh, yay.
Prince Justin.
Prince Justin has inspired
Prince
Alarian.
Justin for the win.
Yay, we love
Au-
you, Prince Justin.
Officer and a gentleman. Thank you, Prince
Thank
Justin.
you, Prince Justin. I'll take that. So, you know what? I'll do it after the roll. I'll ask my question after the roll.
Okay.
At advantage.
Oh, thank you, Wispy. That
Natural
already
20.
done. Wow. So literally you're like,
Ah,
so you come back up, and you're not standing, but you are now conscious, Alarian. You have a single hit point, you'll be happy to know. And you are prone, and you see you're lying in a bunch of glass, and there's a whole bunch of stuff, and so
Yep.
yeah. Now, as your move, that basically is your turn. But next turn, you'll be able to actually act. However, you are now functional and conscious, so you're aware.
Well, we'll take the natural 20. Yeah, that's true. So
Good
I finally rolled one. It's been a long time. Thank you, Prince Justin. Anyways, the weird thing is the advantage. I clicked it and it didn't go for some reason. That was odd.
It just was like, I will combine it all.
Just out of curiosity, and see if the other roll would have been 7. Yeah, so it would have been a failure. Okay. Yep, I'll take that. All right. Phew. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Chat doesn't have any. Can you hold on for 30 days? Well, it's all been reset now. Okay, that's going to bring us to Daryl. Is up next with Tantan on deck.
Okay, so Daryl is not very strong, but she knows she needs to stop this dude over here.
Okay.
Is she basically double? Is there any way she can basically run and just knock him off the table?
I'd say she, excuse me, can try to do that. It's let's see, 5 feet, 10 feet.
She has an 11 strength.
It's not the strength as much as the movement. She doesn't have acrobatics, right? We talked about that
Yeah,
before.
the skills are persuasion, perception, deception.
So let's say she can make a dexterity a check. Now I'm going to say this is not going to be easy because she's got to leap and basically leap up and over. So to kind of ram into his legs. So I would say that this would be a dexterity check at disadvantage. If you make it though, then I would say yes, you would knock him off.
All right. That's what she's going to do. She is going to run and try and knock him off, or she's going to bounce right off of him.
nice.
Okay.
One or the other. Okay, so I guess I will roll it twice. So how do I just roll 2d20? Because it keeps adding it for me.
Just click on the word dexterity.
Oh,
Yeah.
Except that's
Oh,
where?
but it's right because it's not going to be on the sheet though because
Right.
it's Daryl. Yeah,
Because
you're just
we're
going to
not-
have to
we're
just
not
do.
actual character sheets.
I would just
Yeah,
roll.
okay.
I would just roll a single 20-sided twice. Yeah.
Nice.
Wow. Nice.
+2.
Smash.
Okay, so yeah, you go airborne, Daryl, and he kind of pitches forward. He's also going to hit the ground. I would like you to roll a 6-sided die for me to see how much damage he does when he face plants on the floor.
Well, considering what just happened to my husband,
I was
like-
trying not to say that.
Wow. See.
like,
Okay. Now, and you're also now sitting there next to this, next to this rope, which is not yet attached to this mechanism, and the
Can I
guy is
cut it?
groaning
Can
on the
I just-
floor. Yeah, but not this turn.
okay, well then, right now my derail's thought is I'm going to cut this rope.
Okay. It's now, be aware, it's not attached to the mechanism yet. The
Oh.
other two were attached because they had a chance to do it. This
Can
guy
I knock
hasn't
the
had a chance to do
mechanism
it.
off the table?
Yes, not with this turn, but you can try to
Okay.
knock it off the table. Yes.
All right.
Okay, that's going to lead us to Tintin, who is just chugga. Yeah, okay. Like, you can see the stairs in sight. Also, you can now hear, I should have mentioned to the people inside the chamber that you also hear this brong, brong, like this kind of tolling bell. And so you hear that too, Tantin, and like there's this immediate movement. In fact, you also see several guards like booking it also towards Morgrave at this point.
Since it's above the dome, can we see the airship?
Oh yes, you can see the sky coach from here or whatever it is. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
So good. I mean, it's good. Now it's a good way. It's like, probably 120 feet above you because it's hovering like 20 feet above the top
Well,
of
that's
the dome.
fine, but that he knows where the
Yeah.
where
yeah.
the thing is, and so he's pointing it out to the guards between gas.
Okay. Yeah, that's true because they can. That's a good point. From the outside, yeah, you can actually see this thing, and everyone's like pointing. Yes, that's fine. I like the idea though that as they're running past you, like, up there, as they're running. Okay. Spanner. We've already talked about Spanner being connected to Nisiana. We'll go back to that. Now we have the Rakshasa, and the Rakshasa says, "Oh well, how very annoying," and vaults the rail and is going to land here. Doomph. And does so very, like on its feet, right? As of course
Never
this
happens.
would. Yeah.
Never happens.
And strides over towards the table with you on it, Dariel.
Oh, damn.
And he's moving that way. However, at the same time that happens, these doors down here fly open. And or I guess they already flew open, so I guess they fly open, and like saloon doors, they're closing and then they fly open again. And 4 armored, basically these knights come zipping in, looking, ready for, and they all shout, "Stand down! Stand down!" And the Rakshasa sort of looks at them with this grin and then says, "There's no reason to stand down when one can fly up. You tell Flamewind and the rest of this useless group at Morgrave that we will be back, and the Emerald Claw has arrived." And then he tugs on the rope. He soars up with the rope, and as he does so, the 2 ropes, the bookshelves, come or start to pull, and he goes flying up. Now the bandit who's lying on the ground is like, kind of looking up as this guy is flying up, and the bookshelves start to pull forwards, and the guards are like, the chamber, and you can see they're kind of shaking back and forth, and then the bookshelves come down with a crash, and the walls begin to slightly crumble. There's a little bit of glass falling. Now, this is not affecting the library below this floor, obviously. This is just the stuff that's happening up here. But you can see that the staircase, Merime, you can feel that you're on, is starting to basically rock back and forth. I am going to give each of you 1 action and 1 action only. This is for the people who are in the room. So Dariel, Onega, Alarian, and Merime, to tell me 1 action that you can do based upon this reality that has just happened to you. Could be a movement, could be an attack on something, could be prayer to Eberron. It could be any number of things that you want to do, but it's 1 action each. Okay?
Not going to pray to Eberron, that's for sure.
Can I shoot the mechanism on the table with my crossbow?
Yes, I will
Right
allow
there.
that. if you're which one? The one that to your right?
The one nearest
Like-
me. It's
Okay, yeah.
Right
So I
there.
will allow
Like,
you to
literally
do
right there.
that. It's going to be done at disadvantage because of your position, Alarian, but I will allow you to do
course.
that.
Yep. Well, I would ask for an inspiration. I already asked for one, so I don't feel like being a hog, so I'll just do it at negative and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Maybe I'll get lucky, even though I kind of suck at the crossbow. All right, here we go. 10.
Yeah, the 10's not enough. The 17 would have been, probably, but the 10's not enough. It shoots over the top.
Yeah. Yep.
Good concept, though. Mermaid, what do you want to do? And then Duriel and Omega.
Oh, Wispy Song. Ah, shit, I didn't know Wispy Song was going to inspire me.
I'll allow,
Damn
you know
it.
what? I'll allow that. Go ahead and take, I'll allow
All right,
that.
is what-
Because
all right,
the
so now it's gonna
inspiration
be-
is there. Although, wait a minute, though. Wispy, though, just to be clear, this inspiration, if you're doing this based on the inspiration from ArvCon, I'm afraid that doesn't apply. That was only until the end of that event. So the inspirations are only, our inspirations that we do here are for the Patreon that people support, or if you subscribe at a high enough level. So the inspirations we were giving out for the ArvCon session, that was just for the rest of ArvCon. I said that at the time. Sorry. Otherwise, it becomes impossible for me to calculate.
I appreciate
it.
the effort, though.
Yeah, sorry, Wispy. Okay, with that said,
All
so Merame, you will get a chance to do something for you, then Duriel and Onega.
Okay, I'm gonna follow suit and do exactly what Ilarion tried to do.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just letting. So it's either a tier 2 sub, Wispy, or it's support, and it's just one time. You know, it just counts for that month is $10 with the Patreon. So, which I think is also a tier 2 Patreon sub because the lowest one is $5. So every time you support, it means you get up to a maximum of 2 per month. That's typically how we do it. So it's either a tier 2 sub or it's a $10 Patreon is how we manage that. And by the way, no obligation, incidentally. It's just a fun little thing to have chat sort of, part of the mix. That's all. But you don't have to, don't feel obligated to do it. And because you're asking, I will give you like just 1 minute while Marie's thinking about what she might want to do with Mermaid. And then we'll move forward to this, okay? Hanging on.
So many options
Waiting a
before me.
moment. If you do that, all you need to do actually is type in this. And if you support over there, if you head over there and support that, then I will get a notification. And then everyone will cheer and be happy, and then you can do your that thing. Yes, exactly. We had no combat in our last session, but this was obviously going to be a hairy or a furry one, I suppose. If you will.
There is a major furry convention going on right now. I approve of this.
Yeah, in Salt Lake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know because I saw that Chrono Wolf was doing this stuff.
Oh yeah, no.
Listen to you. Oh yes, I'm aware.
I am.
Sorry, Wispy. I'm just gonna wait one more sec. I wouldn't normally wait like this, but because you asked and you were very supportive during ArvCon, so that's why I'm letting you know. You've been trying to get into Motor City Furry Con for years. You can't break in. Interesting.
Huh. Interesting.
The one con I could never break into was PhilCon. PhilCon has never been. I was like, PhilCon's like, nope. I'm like, come on, but no.
But I'm
Why not?
cool.
But I've done all these other. No. I do bigger cons than you. No. Like, all right. I guess the answer is no.
It's personal at this point.
Yeah, I like Benjamin Franklin in Philadelphia too. Like, what's not to like? Okay, I'm gonna have to move on here in just a sec.
I'll have it ready for next time.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll have it.
No
For,
biggie.
you'll have it for the next time. Okay, so Merame, what is your thought process?
I am going to follow and do the same thing that Ilaria did and try to shoot.
Oh,
from
there
my
it is.
higher-
Wispy Song pledged $10 via Patreon. I'm so sorry, Marie. I apologize for the
No,
interruption.
no, I am happy. Thank you, Wispy.
Thank you very much, Wispy. I appreciate that. And again, no obligation to maintain it if you don't want to. But thank you very much. That's awesome. So, all right, it is in. It is succeeded. It is supported. And so you may get that inspirational Arian, which means you do hit the mechanism, or hit the rope. So thank you, Wispy. Don't even have to give you the inspiration because it's already been used. Woo-hoo! So you hit the rope, and you were, I'm sorry, the mechanism of the rope. You're aiming for the mechanism, right? I believe.
Well, I thought the mechanism would be easier. I'd prefer to, shooting the rope would be
mechanism is easier.
Sharpshooter. Yeah,
than the
I'm
rope.
just going to try the mechanism and hope it breaks something. Exactly.
Okay. So when you hit that thing,
hitting the release, exactly.
roll damage on it.
Oh, yeah, right. Sure.
Thank you for doing that, Wispy.
Yeah, man. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
7. Ooh,
7. So
good
yeah,
shot.
you just
Yeah.
you knock into it, and actually not only do you pierce it, but it actually flies off, and then the rope goes up as you're hitting the mechanism. So what happens is only one rope remains, and so what that does is the stairs kind of like start like start to settle down, and as the Rakshasa is soaring up, you can
I just
hear.
glare at him.
Yeah, well,
Just
he
look up
glares
and
back down
glare.
at you.
Oh, yeah.
He glares back down at you, and he says, as he's rising out almost out of distance, he says, "The Emerald Claw will remember you, Starforged." Now, you've never actually heard anyone refer to you from Eberron as this, Hilarion. And as he
Ooh.
goes above that, he ends up in the Sky Coach. The Sky Coach heads off. As this happens, the guards are running over. More people arrive. Nisiana on Spanner comes blasting into the room at the same
Guriel
time.
actually have attacked the rope, the one remaining rope.
That actually that rope basically does not have enough juice to do it. You needed
good.
to have 2. So that second rope. So as it does, it kind of rumbles like this. And as everyone is just sort of watching, and the rumbling sort of settles, there's still some stone and glass falling here and there. But then from above you, way above, you hear, "There seems to be some disturbance." And looking up through the trap door above the stairs, you can see the face of a gynosphinx.
Ooh.
And that's where we're going to take our break, our long overdue break. But I'm sorry, just cool stuff kept happening in a really cool combat. You are watching an awesome crew of players. I feel bad for John, who had to wait there while Ilarion was down for the count, but we'll have a lot to talk about here in a minute.
Cheated death yet again.
Yep, cheated it one more time, thanks to inspirations and the like. And Wispy, you were huge on that one. You are watching the amazing D&D with Infinity Beyond crew, Trendane, Marie, John, and Jen, and we will be back to you, folks. It's 10:11. Let's get back here. I'll give you 9 minutes on this. Let's say 10:20, and then we'll go for a little over an hour after that to 11:30, 11:35-ish. But please follow the channel, do all the things, support the Patreon as Wispy did, and stick around. We will be right back. Hold tight. Okay. And after let's say, rather thrilling combat, actually, that it was really fun to watch the party work through, we are
Work,
back.
he says.
Yeah. No, listen, there was some of that. I mean, most of your working was done in the great beyond, as you were doing
Yes.
that sort of
You
thing.
were holding the floor down.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
Dented the floor.
You dented the floor, yeah.
A third of a ton.
You did
Yeah.
actually, like, I mean, there's a
Yep.
little bit of a,
When you get up, there's going to be an impact mark. Yes.
for that.
Yes,
And
there
also,
is.
just to quickly say again, seriously, Wispy, that was a pretty sweet. I mean, like, it wasn't like if the inspiration had not been there that they definitely would have lost or anything, but it was really helpful in that event. So thank you, Wispy, for doing that.
It was a fairly critical inflection point.
It was a
in
clutch
this session.
clutch inspire that we had, and Prince Justin inspired earlier on too, which was also so. Thank you, everybody. Is basically my point there. So, as we head back to the world here, the group. So you can see, first of all, this room is a mess, and as Nisiana arrives, and I would say, just a minute or two afterwards, Zell comes up panting. Tantin, after climbing up all that and climbing upstairs, and all, you're just like, oh, you're like at least the stew gave you that energy.
Didn't get to eat any of it. It just got mixed into my beard.
That's fair. Well, it became portable that way,
A
so
contact stew. Okay.
a contact stew, exactly. So immediately, of course, the guards set to, everyone starts asking questions to everybody, like, what were you all doing? What's going on? What's this? But before they're prepared to start doing this. But Flame, the head of this Gynosphinx, who you assume is Flamewind, stops them again and says, I understand there's some work that must be done to clean up. In the meantime, however, I would like to speak to those who were my rescuers, I suppose you might say. If you could please ascend the staircase. And one of the guards is like, if you don't mind, Flamewind, we do have some questions. No doubt you have questions. They are questions which are, though, of limited duration and frankly less interest. I would like them to come up now, please. In the tone of someone that is used to being obeyed. And the guard is like
ceiling cat.
Yeah, exactly. and the cat, he's actually Cheshire Cat, and then just the smile. And so the guard's like, right, you go up there then, as if it was his idea. So he does that, and of course this is being extended to Onaga and Duriel as well. So basically, the 6 people combined are being invited to go up.
Okay.
Larian was just sitting on the ground and wearily, because they look beat to shit.
Yep.
They get up, and even still floating in the air, they're still like, ow. Not looking great.
Yeah, absolutely. I should also point out, by the way, that the guards have also trussed up this one remaining, raider, and are like starting to, talk to him about something, presumably. But he looks actually pretty woozy anyway. So, yeah.
I'm gonna heal my sister when she's off spanner.
Okay.
I'm
A heal, hug.
Heal?
Hug.
Oh, hug. I was like, wait, I'm not the one who needs to be healing. And I don't, so am I even able to heal? Does that work in this chamber?
The healing, yeah, when you attempt to heal, it does not. And actually, when Flamewind sees you doing that, Flamewind says, if you're attempting to use arcane arts, you will be incapable of doing so down there, but you will find no such restrictions in my chamber.
Just the arcane, not divine?
I beg your pardon. Arcane or divine. So he says, arcane or divine arts. My fault, she says.
Do we have the picture for what this dude looks like?
Yes, but I don't want to show it to you until you get up in the chamber. Right
Okay.
now, you're just looking at a face.
Okay.
Well, then Nisiana is going to start hurting people upstairs right the hell now. Even the
Hilarion,
people he
like
doesn't know.
like covering up, like.
She gives him a push, and then float up.
It's like the end of Civil War when like the Iron Man is like pretty much obliterated by Captain. It's like, you know.
Or Flight of the Navigator when they first find the ship and the farmer just kind of pushes on it and it just sort of drifts.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so all of you make your way up.
Well,
or do you not? Yeah, I should ask.
I was
do you
going to
not?
say, Onaga, there's just like a pair of yellow eyes under the table.
Okay.
she is still hidden because she's like.
Darrell will probably go and get her. Yeah, she will just like, come on, come on, come on. I'm right here. Go on. And stick to her friend.
Okay.
Whereas Nisiana is just kind of glaring vaguely menacingly at Larian and her sister. And inside the head, it's like, I leave you for one stupid little mission. And what happened? What happened?
I'll just ping back and I'll be like, look, when I knew I couldn't win and I saw Larian go down, I disengaged and I walked away. So, like, that's good, right?
I get points for that.
I disengaged and I walked away eventually.
Jen, was this just to your sister or to both of us?
It's probably just to Marie because
she's beating me mentally.
Because I don't see Marie
Mary May
linking everybody in while her sister is just having a silent freak out.
I would let you have that space, but I'll be like, I totally disengaged when I knew I couldn't win. So I listened to you. I did not take unnecessary risks. We didn't know those people would fall from the sky.
A likely story.
Yeah,
but I like your new spell.
It's kind of like, whoa, okay.
I like your new spell. It was really cool.
So, do you all ascend then? So, when you enter this room, and by the way, this is sort of it's an odd room, and it is also, besides being an odd room, a sort of, it seems maybe appropriate for the conditions of this creature that you see. The apex of the dome, so the chamber itself where you climb into, is solid rosewood, and there is a steel-paneled window that shows a magnificent view of Sharn looking out at the distance. And entering the chamber, you can see the Sphinx Flamewind is resting atop a dais adorned with pillows. She has the body of a lion with black-orange striped fur, and she has cream-colored skin and long black hair in her neck, and, her neck has the cream-colored skin, and her head has long black hair. Her wings are, it says rest folded on her back, but the picture that I'm going to show you actually looks a little bit different than that, because I do have a picture. And you will see it on Roll20. Sorry, not on Roll20, I beg your pardon. On Twitch right now. And Flamewind regards you with some seriousness of purpose, I guess you might say, just sort of steadily. And when you come in, she says, "Welcome. My room is somewhat isolated from below, and so I only just heard this minor disturbance. There was a bit of rumbling happening downstairs, and I looked through to see all of you. If you wish, you may use your magic here. There is no restriction in my chamber."
Nisiana looks at the two. She doesn't know and says, are either of you hurt? I don't think you are hurt?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I will heal you if you would like.
Nah.
Because right now it's Alarian and Mary May. 6 creatures. Oh, and no you're a construct. Cannot do construct. Wait, no, Alarian's not a construct, correct?
He is.
I am a construct. I would
But that's
prefer
okay, because
that's better work on me. Save your healing for the others.
that's exactly what, because Tanton just makes some weird series of clicking sounds with his tongue, and Spanner just walks over, and the panels open up, and all the little repair arms come out and start doing
Okay.
the thing.
Ilarian really sits down heavily and lets the Spanner go to work.
So then that's just Mary May who needs healing, and not anybody else, except for the fact that. Okay. In that case, I will just do.
There is a lot of rosewood in this place, Triffid, yes. I agree.
What is it?
So that's 27 points so far.
Thank you.
You need any more?
One more would be great.
Okay.
Since I'm now armorless.
Oh, that's less restoration.
Nice.
17.
Okay. Back to full. Thank
Alright.
you.
Her healing. Is it just cure?
Oh.
How badly are you hurt, Marie?
I am about half, so I am
Much
missing
better.
20 hit points.
Oh, I'm not gonna do that. That would make you mad at me.
Don't make Miri be mad at you. She's just happy you came. She knew you would.
Okay, well then I'm gonna do cure wounds. I'm gonna do it at a higher level. Since I can. Apparently badly, so add another 5 on top of that.
13.
So you get 10 points back.
Okay, so what are we looking at here for totals? So Ilarian is up to what now?
I'm back to full. I'm 36 out of 36, but 0 armor points.
Okay. And was that Onega you were healing just now, Nisiana?
No, Onega didn't want to be healed. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lower.
I'm sorry, Merame. So how much did you get
Yeah.
back to Merame?
10.
Isn't it the 8 because you hold it at a higher level, so you get the 8 plus the 5
Oh,
plus the
I'm
5?
sorry, you're
13.
right. I do
So
get
it's
plus 8,
18.
so 18.
I'm almost back up to
So
full.
37, okay.
Yeah, I'm at 37 now. Thank you.
Lovely. Okay. All right.
Now I would imagine that what is it, Dariel? Is that her name?
Yeah.
That she knows Onega well enough to know that the reason she said no is because she doesn't know Nisia. So either Dariel could say nothing and just go, and I mean, Onega doesn't look that hurt. She's at like 26 out of 33. She's
Yeah.
not really that damaged. So, it's not a big deal.
Now, Dariel's going to just sit next to Onega and be
Okay.
like, yeah, she said she could heal you.
No.
All right.
Okay. So
I'm gonna squeeze my sister's shoulder and thank her, and then grin. Like, thanks.
Hey, at least you didn't, almost die. Got
Does
that going for
Alarian
you.
say that?
No, this is me out of character. Ilarian would not. Ilarian would not say that.
Because right now she's
Although,
just like,
the irony of that with them almost dying would be kind of funny, but that's not. how
yeah,
we
I
get
know.
the
I'm
roll.
just like, I'm trying to decide how she's gonna. He was up and he's okay. they're in front of someone important. She's not gonna natter at anybody else right now.
But she knows he went down.
Yes, she does. So
'Cause I told her.
Mhm.
Yeah.
we're gonna have a conversation about this.
Meanwhile, Tanzan is brushing soup out of his beard.
Probably with a sigh. This was going to be so. So as you're all doing this and kind of preparing yourselves, there's sort of when there's a lull, I suppose you might say. I want to make one. Well, actually, I'll do it this way. So, Flamewind waits while you are done, and waits until you're all healed, and then says, "I am glad to see that you are, at least, not at the end of the line, that you have been able to gain some more health. That will make the next series of discussions much more valuable. I am thankful that my chamber was not breached, and that the building itself was not destroyed. That would have made research much more difficult." And there's kind of a pause, and then, "Before I speak to these four," and she's looking at Tantin and Merimee and Ilarion and Nisiana, "first I must know something of the other two. Are you part of this group's original party?" She says to Dariel and to Onega.
No.
No.
And she says, "Then what exactly brought you to the library?"
The dungeon master.
Here it must be told that the two of you, Onega and Dariel, have been hunting Irulan Karnak for 12 years, ever since the time that the incident with the Crystal Skull happened, and your two friends, as you will remember, were killed in the process. And so you had made the decision at that time that you were going to track her down no matter what. So this is the moment where you can basically explain, if you wish, Irulan Karnak and the Crystal Skull, this artifact, obviously, which had not been known about before. You've obviously had it with you, and other such things. This was not also your first run-in with members of the Emerald Claw. I almost said Craw. Emerald Claw. Emerald Crawfish. Emerald Claw. It's not your first run-in with them. And there has been, for some time, an attempt to sort of track down the artifacts that you possess. In fact, the reason that you eventually had come to Moorgrave, despite your suspicions and your doubts and uncertainties, you came precisely because you wanted to get the knowledge, basically, that Moorgrave might have about the greater details about this Crystal Skull. But the fact you had tracked down Emerald Claw, you had heard that there was something going down tonight, basically. And you already knew about the rash of thefts at Moorgrave. You put two and two together. You showed up, and you happened to walk right into the middle of this combat. And so I want to let the party members know that at some point the Grey Strife people are probably going to go out to talk to the faculty and might even speak to Zelmar, leaving the four of you, the normal party members, here. So I'm not going to continue to make you play, two separate characters at the same time. I'm just letting you. I'm not trying to railroad through it. I'm just letting you know, like, the reason that they showed up here at that time and what they're doing here. So, but that said, the two of you could say whatever you like before you depart and head downstairs.
Do we tell them about the Crystal Skull?
Assuming Onega doesn't start puppeting with it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the first thing that Onega is going to respond to is Flamewind's statement that she's glad that we got health back because the next thing, and she's gonna wait. We have to fight more?
You say that to Flamewind?
Yeah. Because I mean, if she's glad that we got some health back because of what's coming next, she's gonna be like, hold it, maybe I do want some healing. Hang on, I thought we were done.
Right.
You know, so she's like,
So she says, this I do not think, this I do not think will necessarily concern you. I believe that although you have provided a valuable service, you have some things to gather information about regarding this artifact you possess. I would speak to these other four, and it is them to whom I expressed my gratitude that they had returned some of their health.
oh,
And she just regards you impassively.
Would you like me to heal you?
yes, please.
Okay. So she does. And she looks at Darnielle. Are you hurt? Like, no.
I was like, you're talking to yourself.
No, I didn't. So she will. How badly hurt are you, Onega?
7 points, maybe.
Oh, okay, then just normal.
Yeah.
Tools.
Back up to
Add another 5 points on top of that.
4. The 7 was enough.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry, 4 points on top of that, so 11.
The 7.
You
was enough,
overheal
so-
and like, too much power.
Onega explodes. Yes.
Onega just feels much better. Anisiana, it's like, thank you for your assistance in saving my sister. And she touches your shoulder, and Eberron, bless you.
Eberron, you say?
Yes. When she gestures to the dragon on her.
And Onega looks over at Dariel's like,
Ariel's like, I have no idea what you're thinking, woman.
You would, Dariel knows that you're both worship a different god,
yeah,
or you're
the
both
we
followers.
both worship the traveler.
Yeah.
So, so it's like,
All right,
Exactly.
you know what, Marie, why don't you take over?
Oh, sure, only if you want, though.
Please.
Sorry.
Please, I don't want to role play against myself.
that's okay.
That's fair.
Anisiana's just like,
But she just kind of, Onega's like, and it just sort of nods, and the curtain thank you, it sort of shuffles off.
Like, my apologies for my friend. She is skittish around others.
sounds like you have reason to if you fought. I know.
I bop your head. I bop your head.
What people can't see is the fact that Lilu, my cat, had both of her paws on top of Isis's head.
Right.
Beautiful. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so Onega is shuffled off as in shuffled and left, if I understand it correctly, or?
I mean, from what Flamewayne just said, Onega took it as, yeah, I'm not going to talk to you. You are not what I mean. Just, go do your research. I want to talk to these people. Mm-hmm. These people are important, not you. And so after having received her healing from Eberron, yeah, she just like, and just kind of grumbles and goblin and walks off.
I think
Okay.
I think Dariel would stay a little bit longer because she heard when the kitty flew away and kind of divulged the Emerald Claw and everything, especially the threat to Alarion. She thinks there's a common goal here. So just turns you are after the Emerald Claw then.
Well, they've tried
You
to
directing
kill
that at anyone in particular or the group as a whole?
Kind of the group as a whole. She doesn't want to she's letting
Well-
you do your thing.
Alarion will nod to her, but not say anything else.
You've heard of, what the hell is her name and why isn't it right here?
Aurelian
Karnak.
Yeah.
That gets the Warforged's attention.
Everybody is like, yeah,
Mm-mm.
she's here in the city.
What do you know of her?
Oh, we've encountered her before, and I'm only telling you this because it seems that you're on her map as well. You've been noticed, and the enemy of my enemy. Well, you know how that goes. But we met her 12 years ago, and it ended in bloodshed. Totally blaming her, even though it was a trap. Cerulean's fault. It ended in bloodshed of two of my best friends. And to spare you that same pain, I would advise you that if you intend to pursue her, that you be a little bit more careful or judicious in your approach.
What did she use against you? Was she warrior, mage, cleric, some combination thereof?
Dead people.
Yeah, she had, because she had like undead with her, didn't she?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, did you just like pop your head back in and just
Like up to the trap door, like
Stairs.
As soon as the name of Aurelian Karnak came out, she's like,
Necromancer?
She is allied with the Emerald Claw. I mean, their dealings in necromancy is well known. Arv.
Noted.
yes.
Just here because, I mean, what would have happened, and what Dariel would have been kind of thinking here, but would she reveal anything about the crystal, about the Emerald Skull? Would she think that it's worthwhile?
The Crystal Skull.
Because that's how they met her, and that's the one thing that they managed to keep away from her.
Right. I think it's probable that she would, given the circumstances and the fact that they're sitting in the room with Flamewind and all this stuff, my thought would be she might be willing to tell them at this point, because
These people
Especially-
level up.
It's like y'all.
especially since Flamewind already said, you've got a magical artifact you want to research.
Right.
So it's clear that Flamewind knows about it.
Yes.
That's true. Okay. So I just didn't want to play it just because it's convenient. if the
Right.
person
No.
know about
Exactly.
it.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure. Right. Exactly.
Okay. So I'll kind of just glance over towards Onaga and kind of be like,
She climbs back up through the trapdoor.
my friend and I met her 12 years ago, and we did manage to retrieve an artifact that she was trying to retrieve at the same time. And through our friend's noble sacrifices, we escaped with our lives and with this magical artifact that we've been researching ever since. It is, and I'll kind of glance at Flamewind. I mean, I'm in awe. I assume I've never seen Flamewind, so this
No.
is kind of cool. It's an emerald skull,
Crystal Skull.
crystal skull.
Sorry. Emerald Claw, Crystal
Emerald is a crystal.
Skull. Yes, it is.
I just like green. Crystal skull.
Okay. And
Did you
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
did you know why she wanted it?
I assume we've not figured it out, because I assume we've been like lazing about in a spa, not leveling up. So
For 12 years.
we had recovery time. We're still researching it, and we've
12 years of mourning.
yeah. Let's not talk about it. So no, we've not figured out why she wanted it or what it does.
Do you have the skull here?
It kind of moves a fairly large pouch behind her belt.
If you could produce it, I would like to see it, please.
Looks up at Dario. And she pulls it out of the thing and opens it up and holds up the skull.
Okay.
I'd like to use my arcane insight on it, Arv,
Mm-hmm.
which is rolling Arcana check at advantage. I
Okay.
assume this is some sort of powerful magic item, so let's see what happens. All right, and here we go.
It explodes in your face.
Why am I not getting... Oh.
It rolled.
All right, well, there's 19 to start. Let's see if I can actually get a 20 out of that.
Okay.
Nope.
I'll take that 19.
19. For the
90 is
arcane
fine. 90 is fine. It's all good. Yeah.
and for the arcane insight, this is just to give you a sense of whether it is magical.
Able to naturally sense hubs of magic akin to sensing evil, faithful to sense strong magical presence, like electricity. I mean, I'm kind of just
Very
able to
strongly
impress
magical.
them. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I get the chance to do what kind of magic, but strongly magical is this
Very
artifact
strongly magical. Say again.
level? Is it artifact level?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, and they like just stared at it intently for a few seconds, and it is very strongly magical. I would say of artifact level. So, unfortunately, despite your losses, you did the right thing in making sure this did not get into Arulin Karnak's hands.
Do you want me to take a look at that? I could tell you more about it. Oh right, I play the other character. I was like, why are they
But
not answering
Dariel
it?
would be
Why do you
like,
speak that way? I don't. What is you?
What is that in your beard? Oh my god, that's gross.
Oh man.
and Dariel would be like, just hand it over. We've come this far.
She hands it over, and Tanton sits down and starts
Trust me, we
ritual.
don't want another artifact.
When you combine the Crystal Skull with the Oracle of War, it becomes the Crystal Skull of War. It just becomes a flaming skull with 8,000 hit points.
And that just keeps talking.
Crystal Skullaracle. There you go. That's what
Yeah.
It says third skull activated. God damn it.
we had enough problems with flaming skulls in a previous campaign. We don't need to worry about them anymore.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so he spends the next 11 minutes casting Identify.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that.
Good. I don't want to wait that long.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say. Actually, well, because I think that what Flamewind is going to want Onega and Dariel to depart because he wants to speak to the four of you. So I think actually she probably would wait until I take that back. So you could be chatting about various things related to stuff. The one thing you notice that Flamewind says almost nothing, right? It's just sort of waiting very patiently. When the ritual is finished and you've had a chance to identify it, Tanton, what you are almost certainly looking at is an artifact of almost legendary power. It is, if you are reading this properly, an artifact with the power to bring back the dead. But at a cost.
And so he's sitting there and he looks at it, and his eyes go from just, kind of glowing and then back to normal, and he looks from the skull to Nisiana and then over to Millie and back again, and he just kind of makes that trip a couple of times. It's just
I link us in like, yo. You want to tell us something privately here?
This could bring back the dead, potentially?
That's not good.
Well, I don't know.
Dead as an undead or dead as a
I was
dead?
going to say, depends on who's dead, doesn't it?
Yeah, does it bring him back as an undead or as a shambling corpse or as a human?
You probably can't figure that much of it
Are we
out.
in this conversation? Or just the three of you?
No, I've connected all four of us.
Okay. All right. All you know, Tanton, it brings back the dead, or can bring back the dead.
Just reading through it.
Oh, hold on, I'm looking it up.
So no, I'm looking. Yeah, I'm just looking to confirm. Yeah, definitely no charges or anything like that.
Learn its properties.
Yeah,
Just put it on someone's neck, and there you go.
yeah. The The best way to put it is that it functions using the life essence of the wielder. And so the wielder uses the life essence they have, puts some into the skull, which then transfers it to the dead individual. I mentioned there was a cost, and that cost is that it's going to age the person considerably for each use, and it gets worse every time. So when you begin, it will take something on the order of 3 to 5 years off one's life, and then that number will double consecutively every time.
Whoa.
It
Not
is
such a problem if you're an elf, but
yeah, but
yeah.
you know the deal with
So-
exponential doubling. And it is also the best way to describe this is there is an aura of, I mean, almost impossible to avoid, right? An aura of almost necromantic quality. This is not a divine item that has, you know, that is sort of like used for the power of good to heal illness. And this was forged in some kind of evil way centuries ago. It's an ancient artifact, really. And now...
Is it possible to make someone else sacrifice someone?
Towards the skull.
Yes.
You
Blood magic.
could you theoretically force a person to wield it and use their own essence?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you'd have to like really threaten them with something else. Like, I will kill you if you don't give. You can lose part of your life or all of your life, you know, unless you do X, Y, Z. And you need to have some magical affinity as well. You can't just be like, you know, random person with nothing.
Okay.
So-
Okay.
So there's that. I was like, "Ew."
I think we should tell them what this is. I mean, they've
Yeah.
kept it safe for 12 years. They've trusted us with it.
Yeah, I agree.
Tanton kind of holding it by the teeth, you know, just like, and sort of holds it back to Onika. It's just like,
It glitters in the light of the room as you do that.
Well, did you learn anything?
and he just divulges everything, everything that he just learned.
It's no wonder the Emerald Claw wants it then.
Do they know you were looking for them? I mean, they do now because of...
Yeah.
And they point up.
I mean, Aurelian would know. She did see us. She would know what we look like. And she knows we have the crystal skull. Of that, there is no doubt. I doubt she's forgotten who we are.
You think that's what all the thefts around Margrave have been?
I had not
But-
considered that.
But until tonight, they didn't know you were here.
But
You
now
just
he
burst
does.
in. Correct. The thefts are involved with something else, and we will, and they glance at Flamewind, we will bring that point up in a little bit. But your appreciated interference, don't get me wrong, puts a new wrinkle into what is already a complicated situation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, would she? Yes, she is welcome to come after it. We have long sought vengeance for our friends. Perhaps now is the time to extract it.
I don't want to be mean, but she's really powerful.
How powerful? How much more powerful could she have gotten in 12 years? Really? I mean, look at us.
I am.
Yes, I'm gonna keep twisting that dagger because it makes no goddamn sense.
You have been broken people doing a lot of work over 12 years.
We've
I,
already had
uh,
at least one encounter with her. We would have gotten some XP from that.
That's all we did, though.
Moving on.
Yeah, I just like it.
I went
no.
and farmed for 11 years.
I would not
Indeed.
recommend going after her.
Not without assistance.
A
And
lot of
lots
assistance.
of it.
Are you offering your help then?
Not at this moment.
So she is
However-
kind of on our list.
Correct.
Well, one thing is for sure. And I'll look towards my companion. We cannot let the crystal skull fall into her hands. So first, we must find a way to keep it safe. If we are to go after her, we'll make sure that we don't have the crystal skull with us. It's the least we can do to make sure our friend's sacrifice is honored, not to let the thing that they died protecting fall into her hands.
And she is also part of the Emerald Claw.
A scourge upon the land.
Mm-hmm. I think perhaps it might be time to talk with Flamewind about matters.
Yes, it sounds as though we should part here, but perhaps we will meet again. Best of luck to you in your journey.
Before you leave, where are you staying in Sharn?
That is not something we will easily reveal. We like to stick closer to the shadows and the unknown, but if you would like to set an appointed time, an hour upon which to meet, then perhaps we will show.
Arv, what was the name of the place where you met what's his name?
I believe you met her at the Golden Horn, right? That was that was
but
Callie.
him. Yeah.
The other guy.
Right.
Right.
I believe he met at the
King of Fire.
I was gonna say, I was like Lord of Flame. No, the King of Fire. Yeah.
The King of Fire is as good a place as any.
We know the place.
Very well.
I'll look to Unaga. Do you want to add in?
It's a little ostentatious, but I mean, they got a decent, you know, at least they got a decent amber brew that's okay.
I can tolerate.
We'll keep an eye on the place, and should you wish to speak with us again, chances are we will meet again. But remember, now we have the priority to keep the crystal skull out of her hands. As well, we will always look for Arulian. If you should get to her first, you have our thanks.
And if you should find out her whereabouts, I would hope you would not try to brace her yourself. As we said, she has only grown in power over the past decade. And although you are capable, I would be concerned that it would be a futile attempt, especially if she has the claws backing behind her.
I mean, remember the old saying about the killer of my enemy is my competition.
What?
So, what?
What?
Isn't that how it goes?
It's the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Therefore, these people are our friends.
Okay, maybe it loses something when you translate it from Goblin. Whatever, we just go.
Nisiana knows Goblin, and she will then say in Goblin whatever the appropriate phrase is.
Yep.
Which is pretty much probably how he translated it.
The
Yeah.
stabbity of my stabbity is my receiver.
Chat
of
is like
stabbity.
seems legit. Sounds right to me.
If someone else stabs someone, I don't get paid, basically.
Exactly.
It does lose something in the translation. Nisiana says, after she says it.
As soon as she does that, now you've gone from being somebody who's like with Eberron. It's like, oh, you speak Goblin. Okay, well.
Also, I forgot. I have an extra ability to heal you because I have the legacy thing.
That's true.
Knowing Goblin. So.
True facts.
Oh, I'm even better.
Well, until we meet again, then, be safe. The Emerald Claw is on the prowl, and it seems that you are part of their target.
And you as well. Hopefully we'll meet in more felicitous circumstances next time.
Agreed.
And thank you for your assistance. Without it, I fear the events of this today would have gone much differently.
Well, here's hoping that we soon get to cheer her corpse soon.
Agreed.
And with that, Dariella will step out. Whether Unaga follows is
Okay.
No. As she's like sinking down to the thing, and like the trapdoor is like resting on her head, and she's just like, and it's slowly.
As they depart, there's a moment's pause, and then the Flame Wind speaks for the first time in a while and says,
No.
"Together, you have traveled far and faced many hardships. Are you strong enough on your own to find the truth of Draconic prophecy? If you accept my challenge, I will tell you. One who is known as Merime Hawksmoor, and one who is known as Nisiana Di Juresco. Please wait for a moment, because my daughter has arrived to say something." Hold on a second.
Because let me but I'm kind of glad he said Nisiana too, because
Okay.
she was just going to be like, what?
She
Now
said,
what?
"Please come forth."
The two of us?
Yeah. And I'm binging back and forth with her, going, "Oh gods, now what?"
Okay, so you
I
walk
would
over.
say-
Do you walk over?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
I'm gonna actually take Marimay's hand, because it's like, we're sisters. We're gonna deal with this. I will be mad at her later.
So she waits until you're in front of her, and then she places impassively a paw upon each of your shoulders. And all of your, not only health, I know you were mostly healed again, but all of your expended spell slots are all rejuvenated.
Nice. My inspiration points too, or just my spell slot?
Your inspiration points too.
Oh, nice.
And then she says, "Now, the two of you shall duel until there is a victor." And she impassively lowers herself down and puts her paw up against her face and watches.
You want us to fight
say
until
this
one
out
of us
loud?
is down?
And she says, "That is correct. Those are the conditions of the duel."
What were the exact words she said?
She said, "Two of you shall duel until there is a victor."
Nisiana looks at her sister and says, "I surrender." To her sister.
And so Flamewind looks at you, Merime, and says, "And do you accept your sister's surrender?"
I graciously accept your surrender, sister.
Good. Then you have a better understanding of what all of you will do in order to win. This is something which most don't understand. The Emerald Claw sets no limits to its participation. Neither do many within the City of Towers. But you, it seems, have limits you will not cross. Interesting. And she kind of sits back up, and she says, "Now that you have proven yourself, you may state your business with me. How may I be of assistance to you?"
We have found an item that gave us a piece of the Draconic prophecy.
There are many items that claim to do so. What was this verse that you heard?
It was, "When dark lanterns flicker in the light of the silver torch, the king in green rides north on a boat of steel. Two nations prepare for wall, all eyes turn to sky blue." Something
Nations
like
prepare
that.
for war?
Or not
Not
war.
wall. Pretty sure it's war.
War, right?
Yeah.
Two nations prepare for war. Yeah, as all eyes turn to sky blue.
And she
Something like that.
kind of listens as impassively as you're saying this, and she nods slowly. And then she stands up. So she was sitting, and kind of stands up and extends her wings, and she looks extremely impressive, right? Just everything about her demeanor. And she looks at you and says, "The Oracle of War has spoken, neither for the first nor the last time. Its tongue speaks the language of the draconic prophecy, the riddle of our world. And it is, I think, your destiny to unravel the verse it has given you. If I read the signs correctly, the fate of our world rests in your hands. The prophecy has, you might say, now woven you into its midst. But the prophecy is serpentine. And she looks over at you, Tanton. If you try to pin down meaning in one verse, others are likely to shift. And she looks over at you, Ilarion. I will study what you have given me, and I will call for you when I feel it is time for you to act. Until then, I would encourage you to use caution. And she looks over at you, Merame. And be aware that what is spoken within these walls, at least below my chamber, does not always stay within them. The prophecy will eventually be seen, and it will come to pass. But what exactly it predicts, that is the work of much study. And until I have been able to determine what exactly this verse might mean, you may, if you wish, depart in peace, and I will study this for you.
We also have questions for you, if you will permit it.
I will permit it for the moment. Incidentally, Ilarion, just before you go on, you note that there is a kind of similarity in one sense and then a very big difference in another sense between the Rakshasa you encountered and Flamewind. Because Flamewind also is extremely sort of self-confident, but what would appear as smugness in the Rakshasa seems as just like dead certain conviction on the part of Flamewind. Like, Flamewind is kind of like, no, this is how it's going to go, you know? And it's, you almost get the impression that if you were like, I don't want to do that, Flame would be like, that's fine, then you will lose and the world will perish in hellfire. Like, whatever. Like, it's not, you know, whereas clearly the Rakshasa was arrogant. You don't get the impression of arrogance, but you get the impression of great, great wisdom. So, sorry. Therefore.
No, that's, thank you for letting us know that. Yeah, exactly.
That's actually a very important distinction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Indeed. It is clear, at least to myself, and possibly others, that the Rakshasa and its minions were trying to take you this evening. Is this the first time the Emerald Claw has actually moved this blatantly against both you and the university?
The university, yes. There have been a rash of thefts here lately, and I have wondered if the Emerald Claw might be involved. I can find no mention in the draconic prophecy of their current actions, but I have learned over long years of study not to make assumptions about everything the prophecy claims. As for me, I have faced enemies over the years. Whether they would have captured me, it is difficult to say. They might have encountered some difficulty. As Nisiana and Merame are like feeling completely like refreshed and, you know, just from a couple of touches on the shoulders.
Well, considering they are moving from perhaps theft to kidnapping, although I have no doubt you are more than able to take care of yourself, I do not know if more security is required in this area, but I will leave that to your determination. The other thing is the Oracle of War itself, which is in our possession. It was to remain here. However, as you mentioned yourself, the rash of thefts makes us uncomfortable with leaving it here. Might you suggest an alternative where it can be stored safely and out of reach of those that would wish to pervert it to their own ends?
I am a scholar of the Draconic prophecy, and I must acknowledge that my own wisdom, such as it is, does not extend to issues of mortal security. But I would say that walls and spells and barriers are not nearly as secure as many seem to think they are. What keeps things safe are the people who keep them. I can think of no better way to keep something like the Oracle safe than with those who have kept it safe thus far.
We don't want it.
It was found in an abandoned bazaar, moments away from being taken by minions of the Lord of Blades. I confess I'm a little puzzled as to your mention of those who kept it safe so far, because they do not seem to exist anymore.
Did you take this before the Lord of Blades could take it for his own purposes?
Yes.
Then it was indeed kept safe, as the prophecy showed that it would. You are your own answer, Ilarion. Why is it that so many of the races seem unwilling to acknowledge their own role? You too are spoken of in the prophecy. So yes, it was in the Fireweave Bazaar, as you say, until the time had come for you to discover and retrieve it. And indeed you did.
And for the first time for everyone, Alarion sounds surprised, which is a tone you don't really associate with them. Excuse me, are you saying this event was foretold in the prophecy?
All events are foretold in the prophecy. And yes, I think you and your party rise above the level of background noise one might find. Would you be surprised to learn that you yourselves have played a role in the shaping of our history? The prophecy has declared your position in it.
I find it hard to believe that everything is preordained like that. Interpretation.
Indeed. Particularly
Interpretation, yeah.
given where I come from, not even from this world. It would imply the prophecy extends beyond this entire realm.
Let us say that there are something which happened which caused the... Oh, I am going to stop my echo machine for a moment because I believe what I just saw from Wispy Song was a year-long pledge, I believe is what that is, Wispy. Thank you very, very much.
Wow, thank you.
I'm going to assume either that you're super impressed with these amazing players, or that you've just decided that you want an inspiration every month and you're like, you know what, this is going to solve that problem. Thank you very, very much for doing that. I am very grateful. I really like those year-long pledges because they save you some money, and they also make it so that I know that money is going to be there every month. So thank you very much, Wispy, and welcome, and I'm glad that you're enjoying it. If you're like, this sucks, I'm going to give him money for the whole year, I'm going to assume that wouldn't go together. So so thank you. Good stuff, everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much.
My apologies for jumping out of character, but that was kind of like, oh. All right, let me jump back in. And so let us not think of it as preordained. Consider it, if you will, a prediction of those that will come to fulfill the terms the prophecy sets out. There is a saying, perhaps you might have heard, that character is destiny. Who you are defines what will happen to you. And in that sense, all four of you have come together in this place to do what must be done. If it were not you, Starforged, it would be someone else. But as certain as the rain which falls from the sky, there is no doubt that your role would have been fulfilled. You are, as I repeat, the security you seek. You will not make perfect decisions, but you, above all else, know the dangers the Oracle presents, and that makes you ideal guardians to keep it from falling into the hands of others who would use it for themselves or for other dubious ends. It is those who are most afraid of the power they see who are clearly the best to wield it. And again, like, I love this picture because that is exactly what Flamewind looks like the whole time. Just like just stating facts, you know, from Flamewind's perspective.
Spitting the truth. The annoying, well, truth as they see it.
If she
Yeah.
wasn't saying all these things we absolutely do not want to hear, Nisiana would be like, she is so cool. I have never seen one of these before. This is awesome. Instead, she's like, I really don't want to have to take care of the Oracle of War.
Yeah, what would happen if we just decided to walk away now? Which we could. We're not tied to anything here.
Of course. And if you walked away, it would indicate you were not the people that I thought you were. Indeed, it might indicate that you were not the people you thought you were either, or you would not have risked your lives and come here to find me. If you choose to walk away now, though, you have made the decision you must, and the prophecy will unfold as it will. But I would say your destiny is in front of you. It is up to you which one you would take up. The one that involves protection, or the one that involves retreat.
Flamewind, I appreciate your counsel, but in my experience with people who deal with battles and thoughts that are not exactly tethered in the immediate or the now, is that the counsel comes at not the most practical type of way. And is there anything practical that you can give us that we can actually use right now to keep this thing safe and to keep ourselves alive?
And Flamewind sort of fixes you with a very kind of like searching gaze and says, I am curious if you have found practical guidance from your dreams, Merime Hawksmoor. Or are they images which you must interpret? Yet these dreams have defined your life, have they not?
Well, I mean, to a certain degree.
Staring at Nisiana, right? Like,
From a certain point of view.
Gee, to a certain degree, but I understand that the impact isn't necessarily in the dreams. The impact is in the now.
Precisely.
Right?
And you are the now interpreting the dreams you have, as you are the now interpreting that prophecy. Sorry, Nisiana, go ahead.
And she's just like, I think we need to withdraw and consider your words. There's a lot.
There is, and you may do so. I should say that I recognize that this is not easy. Even now, as I explore the prophecy in ever greater detail, I sometimes despair and feel like the prophecy's sentences have grown even as I read them. And yet I find that as I have more of a sense of how broad and deep the predictions are, I find growing comfort and confidence. For there is no doubt that as the prophecy speaks, we have begun to listen. It is up to us to make sure that we listen and hear all that has been presented. You, I think, are several notes in that song, and I am grateful you have sung them for me today.
Marie, check chat before we go.
Yeah, I was just gonna do that. Actually, we're thinking the
Okay.
same thing. I'll ask her.
Yeah.
Okay, you mentioned the dreams. I had one with the Oracle of War. With it large in the distance, purple mist spreading from it, like it was taking over the world, or at least a horizon. Is there anything that you would know to help me interpret that?
Yes. I would say that that passes over the horizon, that it suggests that what you have discovered in the Oracle of War and your actions since have begun to ripple. They will move past Sharn and past Brayland and even past Corvair. Eventually our entire world will respond to the pebble you have tossed in the pond of destiny today. You have now, as I said, become interwoven, and so what you do will determine what happens going forward. As to whether that will be good or ill, I think only you can say. And thus, free will truly is the answer. The prophecy does not dictate, it predicts. It is what it predicts for you that is the subject of our study. And I will think upon the verse you have told me and see if I can interpret that prediction as soon as I can.
Thank you. Miri looks both dejected and a little bit angry. Like, Nisiana, you're wise as always. We should just retreat and think on this. And I assume that you'll have a way to reach us when you've come to a conclusion, Flamewind.
Yes, I will send for you when that moment comes, and I will endeavor to make it as quick as may be. Though I must warn you, interpretation and study can take some time. Yet, breakthroughs are always possible, and I will not delay. I will attempt to focus all my attention on this, and I hope that will give you some comfort.
Mirimi lowers her head and just takes a step back, and she's ready to go for everyone else's.
Basically, through the mind link, I ask, anybody else got anything else they need? I want to say, Tantan,
Ping, ping, ping.
Valerian.
I think it is time to go.
And Tanton is just sitting there basically repairing the repair tools that his spanner's still open, and since he did all the repairs on on Ilarion, Tanton has just been fixing the repair tools this whole time.
We can
Nice.
assume that's a yes from me and
Okay.
Tanton as well.
All right.
Thank you for your time. If we want to talk to you again, is there a way that we can do that?
Well, direct ways. The deans of the university keep me rather focused.
Can I use sending?
Unfortunately, I don't know that it would reach me here in this chamber. I have some scrying wards that have been placed outside. As you can imagine, my research is rather sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
But I have heard that Some less than legitimate means can sometimes be used, Kane entry. And her eyes flicker for just a moment over Alarian and Merime, but it's so fast that you almost are like, oh no, I'm sure she was, what was she
Possibly referring to us.
Yeah, like he's like, what did she,
Does she know that?
Just ask the professor downstairs. She knows we were supposed to be here.
Okay.
Okay.
So you folks departing?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we leave.
Behind you, the dome of Lareth
Actually,
Hall.
hang on a second.
Yep.
As we're leaving out, Alarian's going to make sure that the last one out is per usual. And as everyone else is heading down the trap door, they'll look back at Flamewind and in Celestial say, "May your studies of the prophecy be fruitful." And nod their head and just head out.
Okay, and Flamewind doesn't respond, just sort of regards you impassively as you go down below. And as you go down the dome of Lareth Hall, now, of course, half shattered from glass and so on, glitters against the night sky. And as you descend the staircase, a cool wind coming from, the broken glass and everything.
The new air conditioning.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Ruffles your clothes, and it sends a chill down your spine. Because Flamewind's words echo in your mind. The fate of the world rests in your hands. It seems destiny has chosen you, but why? And as that question echoes, and perhaps Flamewind looks silently down, even as you leave, we will bring this session and a century of ashes to a close. I assume the party will be happy to know it has risen to level 6.
Ooh.
Hey,
And
party.
a century of ashes is complete, and that's also part 1 of, I believe this is Fortunes of War. I don't remember if this is Fortunes or
Come on,
Spoils.
that's way too happy sounding.
Yeah, exactly.
The apocalypse of something. Jeez,
But I will
dude.
tell you that the next part of your adventure, what we're going to be calling this next one, is called The Last Word. And we will talk about that when we get there. But yeah, exactly. The last word. This was great, folks. I really enjoyed that. Not only the combat, but I was really jonesing actually to get a chance to have you all meet Flamewind, because I find Flamewind very cool. Just sort of this, like, I'm going to tell you the truth about things beyond your mortal ken, and if that bothers you, like, all right, like,
Tough.
this is just, I'm just what I am. I'm just a gynosphinx, but this enormously sort of powerful figure. I also like that you got the Rakshasa now that's sitting there, and what are you going to do about that? Because, again, Alarian, they will remember, right, John? So I am very excited for that. And of course, that combat was hairy. I mean, like, the setup of having the characters that you played in the past jump back in, I thought was a lot of fun, to be able to sort of add a combination from before and now. And of course, let's not forget that's out there too, the Crystal Skull and, Arulin's connection with that, and the Emerald Claw and the blah, 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 blah. So there was all that going on, but the combat was rough, and, largely because, and I mean, the bandits, whatever, the bandits may or may not have done, I think they did a little bit of damage, but the problem was the Rakshasa is just a badass, and like you could see that for yourself in the process of doing this. It was great. Yes, I noticed that too, Ridnell. Trendane has been incredibly generous in throwing some gray shade lines out there, and I've always been like, I usually am like, but I don't want every time to be like, that's great, and coming now to a bookstore near you. But I do appreciate the gray shade reference. Anyway, the party is level 6. You guys are still level 3. No. Listen.
It feels like that a lot of times.
Listen. But yeah, I will start one by one. I will start with you, John. Yeah, I absolutely know that it's frustrating, but I want to point out to deal with some of these people, but I do want to point out, in each of these cases, as you folks are leveling up, you are sort of leveling up in the level of difficulty you're facing also, because again, the Rakshasas are nasty. They are very dangerous creatures for a lot of reasons, and they're masters of disguise, and they're all kinds of things. So, like, facing down a Rakshasa is not one of those deals where it's just like, oh man, but I thought you are getting increasingly powerful, and that's why you had no problem against the bandits. But this thing is a step above, and there are powerful forces, not just in Sharn, but in Corvair and Eberron overall, that are aware now of the Oracle of War and all this other stuff. So, in a way, there's no shame, I guess, is my point, in dealing with what you dealt with. I mean, 3 melee attacks, hits like a truck, has that extra so-called force-ish type power. There's a lot that this creature has. Yeah. In case you're curious, that's actually called, it has a special ability called Martial Prowess, which allows that to do that once per round. So, like, once per round, it gets to do that because it's a badass. It's Rakshasa. But anyway, but not invulnerable, as you could tell. If you could bleed, you can kill it. If it can bleed, you can kill it, right? You did make it bleed.
You got to hit it more than once is the problem.
Exactly what Prince Justin said.
Weren't helping either.
What Prince Justin said. You have taken additional steps into a larger world. That's exactly right. But it wasn't scripted. I should say it was not impossible to defeat him. Just that it shouldn't. It's no shame in not being able to do so. At least not yet. And beyond that, I thought that, and you had that super clutch crossbow shot, helped along by Wispy Song. That was really clutch. And then you asked some serious, good questions of Flame Wind. And there was a moment where Alarian, that can also come across as mysterious, is Flame Wind's like, I am more mysterious than all of you. You're like you're not going to out mystery Flame Wind just because of the nature of the creature. So anyway, how did you feel about today's session? And where will the fine folks find you next?
I just want to say, folks, I don't have as much plot armor as Mr. Skywalker. So, as evidence is, thanks to the clutch D20 roll to make it out of near death there. Yeah.
And by the way, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, do you know what they called the section where the duel was going to happen, which I was going to talk about in a minute with Nisiana Merme? They called it, get this, Duel of the Fates. Isn't that bizarre? When we were just talking about that earlier tonight, I was just like, oh,
that's hilarious.
Literally, it's called Duel of the Fates. I was like,
yep.
Okay. Flame Wind's like, of course, because the prophecy. Anyway, sorry.
Getting knocked in my ass in 3 rounds was not the most exciting. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I knew the Rakshasa was gonna be tough. That tough was like I said, bad die rolls didn't help.
Yeah, the
either.
die rolls didn't help. Yeah.
Including the one where I was trying to re-roll my freaking to re-up my armor. That getting the 4 on that did not help at all.
Yeah.
That was not good. So it was just a combination that's kind of bad luck there. I was hoping to make a better accounting for myself. Well, we'll meet again, I'm sure. No, this was still a lot of fun. I'm glad we got to spoil their plans. That was probably the bigger thing.
Yeah,
so,
you sure did.
Because that would have been a whole different story. No, this was great. This was still a good time. It always is. So that's never in doubt. And once again, chat, as you know, and someday this party will learn not to split the party. Someday, not that day. But
one more time.
I don't believe it.
No, I don't either.
Nisiana is gonna
remember the library.
I'm
gonna say, remember the library. Remember the library.
Remember your failure at the cave.
No, this was still a good time. Regardless, I am glad that Alarian didn't fall. I was prepared if it were to happen, but I'm glad it didn't happen. So that was good. But yeah, looking forward to the next, Apocalypse of Doom or whatever the next chapter is. It should be, just great as we get deeper and deeper into this. Now we're saddled with this stupid Oracle of War.
Are we doing the roll for the roll or take?
I don't know. I got to think about it. It keeps screwing me over.
It's like, are we going to do it?
I keep having to
tonight
burn my
or
points.
I think we can do that at the beginning of the next session.
Okay.
I think we can do it that way, and that'll give you a chance to think if you want to do the average or take the.
I'm seriously considering keeping my hero point, starting to take the average for me. It just is not. It's been the last 3 times have been screwy. I think I got one good one, and I had to burn my hero point off the top. I'm like, I'm getting really
tired.
And that
could have come back and burned you here too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly.
Because of the dead save and all that. Yeah.
So yeah, I prefer to hold off. I want to give it some serious thought as whether I was going to try one more time or just say screw it. So, okay. But always a blast. Chat, Prince Justin, Wispy Song. Thank you as well, guys. Really helped out in, like you said, 2 clutch plays. I really appreciate it.
Seriously, yeah.
So yeah, I look forward on I think it's the 18th when we set off into a new chapter of despair and trouble and issues.
Well,
Yeah,
this
should be
wasn't
fun.
this wasn't all despair though. In fairness, you had a date, you had the date thing, you had some other fun
We didn't.
stuff.
Hey, Merriman and I did not share the date whatsoever.
That's true.
We
For you,
had-
it's just
we
been
had
despair. For
super
Nisiana
tense,
Tantin, a nice,
sneaking around,
relaxing.
trying not to get caught.
Tantin didn't get the stew. There's despair there. I mean,
okay,
like
that's true.
just
That's true.
remember.
He did not get dinner. Yeah, good point. Good point. Are we sure he's
No,
not a
actually,
hobbit?
we
I
did.
think he's a
Dan had
hobbit.
to run all
We,
the way
we
over
got
here.
nachos last game.
That's true. You did get nachos.
No
last game.
dinner and then enforced exercise for me and Tantin. I can't wait to see what Trent has to say about that. All right, folks. You will see me here in 3 weeks, 3-ish weeks, on the 18th, which I look forward to. Everyone have fun at Origins. Raise a glass for me when I can't be there, but enjoy anyways. I'm sure it'll be a great time. And yeah, we'll pick this up later this month. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Thanks, John. Always a great pleasure. And again, if you're curious, that book cover right next to John on the pyramid is also John did wonderful, as usual, editing work on Grey Shade
that old
along
thing.
with Edie Bell. And that novel is now out. And if you're curious, you can find out more about it by typing ! Grey Shade. You can pick up the book now. It is available. You can buy the print book. You'll get the ebook and that Kickstarter in a couple of weeks. This gentleman may be involved in that also. So also thank you, Wispy Song, for the compliment on the great storytelling. That's what we strive to do here. And it helps when I've got a bunch of great storytellers that are playing here. So thank you, John. Good stuff tonight. And trust me, Ilarion will not spend most of his time knocked on his ass, as you said, being
You
blown
think
off
so?
a rail.
You think so?
There will be a moment again. You just have to, when you see the Rakshasa next time, you just have to be like, when I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master. Just make sure you at some point.
As long as we can do it like the redone duel between Obi-Wan and Darth Vader that the third party did. That's on YouTube, which is just amazing.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that.
So cool.
Yeah.
You gotta go find that. They did an amazing job. All right,
That's cool. I have to check that out. Thank you, John. Always a great pleasure. Also a great pleasure to have Jen with us as usual. Jen, Nisiana's thing, I was cracking up at the idea of like the message that you're just like, oh, the date went well. And maybe just be like the two of you doing the telegram, like I've got 25 words total, and being like, so under attack at the library, and then love you. I was dying at the whole love you thing. But, and then you're like, what? No. And you got to get there. And even though you spent a lot of this time, kind of running on the back of Spanner, when you arrived, I think you had some valuable things to contribute and to say. What you said back and forth to Merime was super helpful. If Ilarion had not hit the mechanism, and or if the combat had gone worse, if the other bandits were still around or whatever, you could still have had a significant role in that as well. And of course, you got the chance to, thanks to Marie's generosity in giving up Daril for this. Yeah, that's right. Giving up Daril. You were able to play Daril, I thought, quite effectively, you and Uniga, so that you could get flanks on the bandits and all that. I mean, you had a significant role to play here, both as Nisiana and as this other alternate character. And again, I love the idea that you've had an effect on Merime, where Merime's like, yeah, but I didn't just keep fighting. Like, I stepped back, I retreated, I took so like
It was smart.
yeah. Like, I mean, you have had some effect. So I am very, I was pleased to see that development continues. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a very good time. At one point, I actually messaged Marie and said, "Oh, I have chills." Because the whole weaving it, you've been woven into the tapestry, and I was just like, "Oh,
you're part of the prophecy." Yeah,
that's good.
You leave and Flamewind's like, I mean, it's the 75th footnote, but like, no, just kidding. No, Flamewind's serious. I mean, very serious.
No, I mean, of course, we don't want to keep the frickin' Oracle of War. But we're the only people we trust with it right now. So, all right. Fine. Fuck.
God damn it.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed it. And I don't need to have the spotlight. I had a lot of the spotlight last game with the guiding the date, because that's weirdly where my strength ended up being. Also, this whole thing with the prophecy, Nisiana is actually quite fine with it. She's like, well, of course. Eberron is everywhere. Everything is encompassed within Eberron. The draconic prophecy as well. Not a problem. I'm on board with this.
Mm-hmm.
So, Yes, I enjoyed it. I had a good time. The next time people will see me, if you're not at Origins, we'll be at the next game on the 18th.
I think that's right.
Otherwise, I will be making a blog post / Twitter post on Monday announcing my new open call for my newest anthology. The open call won't be until July, but I'm giving people time to write for it. So those of you who are writers out there, there's your little warning to just keep your eye on my Twitter over on Monday. If you want to see more of my cats, I'm Jennifer_Brozek on Instagram. Otherwise, Jennifer Brozek on Twitter and Facebook and such like that. I had a new story come out in Heroic Hearts. It's getting very good reviews, which makes me very happy. And my latest Shadowrun novel is Elfin John, and it is getting decent reviews.
Elfin Black.
Oh, I'm sorry. The main character's Elfin John. The book is called Elfin Black.
Oh man, I love how we just have like the complete, Shadowrun brain trust, right here. Just like, well, actually, let me tell you, having recorded that, John's like, well, having edited and says this, let me tell you what blah blah blah.
Trent is supposed to.
No, I believe it. I know. I live in an entire Shadowrun orbit, clearly, with this stuff. But no, it's always a pleasure. I'm looking forward to seeing you next week in person. So that'll be a good time. Thank you, Jen. Always a great pleasure. And Marie, same thing. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention both. I also really liked your response, I thought, to the duel was pitch perfect. Because really all Flamewind is clearly doing is testing you there, right, to see what you're going to do. And I could easily have seen if you're like, I get into combat, but I pull my punches, or I refuse to fight at all, or just I unconditionally surrender, which is what you did. That made a lot of sense to me, and I think Merame picked up on it really well. And so Flamewind was just watching and waiting, to see what the reaction was going to be. So good work on that too, Jen. And Marie, same thing. I mean, starting with that, I thought that, again, we got a lot more. The bouncing off of the sister relationship has been really great through this, I think, as we've talked about before. And you got a chance to see real elements of that. But you also had a chance here to develop a real combat structure with Ilarion, because basically you two were just like back to back on a spiral staircase with not an overwhelming number of people to deal with. It's just this guy is such a badass that like you can't, Ilarion's trying to deal with him, and so you have to be like, I'm going to take out the guy behind me. And like that guy wasn't a giant. You were going to eventually take them down. But so when you yourself then are facing him, I was reminded very much, we were talking about the stuff about the battle between Vader and Kenobi. I was thinking very much about the way Vader comes across, and you should look at this in some of the more recent portrayals of him. I won't spoil anything, but you should check out some of the latest Star Wars stuff, because they really make him into a terrifying and very difficult to deal with figure. And so I'm not saying that the Rakshasa is at that level or that he is the one big bad in the world or anything like that, but I thought you really were conscious of the fact that like, we may not have the numbers here. Like, this is not great. Yeah, we have these two other people that showed up, but like Ilarion's down and dying, and like I got hit for a ton, and I don't, so you were very much, I think, aware of that. And the other thing I wanted to give you props for was, first of all, again, good play of the whole prophecy business and the discussion that you had with Flamewind. I loved, Marame's reaction when he's just like, well, don't you have this thing with dreams? And you're like, well, yeah, jerk. But like, because it's
nobody asked you.
Yeah. It's like, whatever, fine. Yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, smart guy. Like, I mean, I love that reaction because, Marame herself is constantly having to deal with interpretations and trying to like form realities out of possibilities, and so it's like when someone hits her with like, but don't you think you're a part of this, you're like, god damn it, like my whole life involves that. So I really liked the way that Marame's character developed, not just vis-a-vis Lysiana, but also vis-a-vis Ilarion, and also vis-a-vis Flamewind a bit too. So how did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I really loved today's session, but I gotta admit, in that combat I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, yeah. I cannot take this guy out. I don't have the backup I need, and Ilarion is down. And I'm like, Mirimé's not an idiot. Like, she's been in combat long enough that she knows if she tries to screw this guy up, and he's given her an out. So like, my whole plan was just back away. And then once I'm out of range, I shoot, and I can hide under the stairs or something to stay out of attack range. And then, so I was trying to like kind of play that a little bit and try to figure out how to do that. But yeah, it was hard because her instinct would be, no, I have to defend Flamewind. Like, that's what we came here for. That's what they're obviously trying to do. But I don't have my magic. And without the magic, it's such a tide turner for her. At least she has her flourishes. But yeah, so that was interesting. So that was a bit of a challenge. And she'd promised her sister she'd stay safe. So it was like,
she did ish.
Yeah. And she said, like, just needed to hold out until they got there. Because then she felt confident they could take them as a team.
Right.
But yeah, so it was interesting, and kind of the thought process is trying to keep Mérimée in character, and then trying to, like, I'm going freelance now, so if you need extra help.
That was great.
Yeah. It's good. That was good stuff. And the fact that that and maybe that's a door cracked open a little bit that you can explore if you need to kind of gather more information or whatever down the line.
Because she never got to take a shot at the end, so he doesn't know if she was
right.
She was basically on the stairs,
right,
still leaving. So right. It might be maybe they'll contact her and then we have an in, like, who knows.
Yep.
And then with the prophecy, it was a lot of fun because it was like, no, Mérimée would not like that, because in her head it's like, okay, I had the dream. Suddenly it all started to coalesce, like, wait, I had a dream which brought me to Nisiana, which means the reason Nisiana is interwoven into this is because of me now. It's because of my dreams, because I followed basically a prophecy, and now because of that, you're telling me this bullshit is happening.
It's all
character is destiny.
It's all my fault, God. And she's always tried to get away from the whole Kalishtar. We're only living in prophecy. We're living into, like,
yes.
Trying to. So it was just. Yeah, so she's going through a little bit like, okay, I got to think this through here and maybe stab something.
Yeah, I like that you're like, let me start by just stabbing something twice.
Yeah, just get it clear, get it out of my system, But yeah, so anyways, great session. Thank you so much, Greg. Had a ball. Like, you had me really worried in that battle, but...
No. You had me worried, both of you, in that battle, especially Ilarion, but both of you, although... a lot of it was sort of a delaying game. It was just that they got so, like, you get hit by, like, a truck, as I said, by these characters. So anyway, but you did very well in that combat.
Yeah, thank you. It was terrifying, but fun at the same time. I like the flourishes. They were.
Oh man, those defense flourishes are so cool. Like that, yeah. That was the thing when I was looking at the die roll. I'm like, wow, your defense flourish is awesome. He still did better than the defensive flourish.
I know, and that 23 is the highest I could go with my armor class with the defense flourish. Yeah. So, like, that was, oh god. Anyways, well done. Thank you. So next you can find me at Origins. I'm so excited. I'm gonna arrive on Wednesday. I'm gonna meet everybody. Come say hi, and then I'm going to be. Arv, I'm going to be on your channel so much the one weekend I'm in town. I'm going to be Court of Blades on the Friday the 17th, Eberron on the 18th, and then on the Monday the 20th, I'm in the Bag of Giving, the One Ring.
That's right. You are doing that all the time. That's right. Court of Blades is going to be great. I'm really excited for that. Yeah, it's going to be great.
This is what it's like to be part of ArvCon, too.
Listen, as I've always said, if you people were just A, bad people, and B, sucky role players, this wouldn't be a problem. Like, just be bad.
I can do that.
And then just, no, because remember, character is destiny. Remember, you can't take it away. You just, But no, Marie, thank you very much. It was great. And I am excited to, as I said, see you as well. It's going to be great. And it's going to be a good time. So you folks need to come back for a lot more Marie. If you want more Marie Bilodeau in your life, this is the place to be.
She is a storyteller.
Yes, absolutely. No question about it. Always a pleasure, Marie. And last but certainly not least, Tren, also a pleasure on two levels. First of all, again, Onega's, your representation of Onega was great. I continue to love the way that Onega comes to life with the way that you portray the goblin. I'm a big fan. But beyond that, Tantin as well, both in terms of what he does with Spanner and sort of his mechanical knowledge and interest of this, is a part of things. And Obviously, there were these sort of joke moments with the stew and all that other kind of stuff. But, realistically, Tantan's use of Spanner and Spanner's ability to heal Ilarion are two very big components of things. So I actually don't think the lesson is always just the joking aside, don't split the party. Sometimes you have to be able to set up the right conditions at the right time. Having that date fail wouldn't have been great. And I think having the wrong people sent on the mission for the library would have been a problem too. And so as far as Tantan is concerned, there are a lot of things I think that Tantan does quite well that gets sort of picked up in the way that the game is played. And so, in a way, I mean, you are fundamentally necessary for Ilarion, but if you just always hang around Ilarion, there are going to be cases where that's not going to necessarily be the best combination of activities. So it provides an interesting mechanical challenge vis-a-vis Ilarion, and for you directly, you didn't have a chance to get in on the combat sort of fight part of things, but the stuff with Spanner. Obviously later on, as you were working away at stuff while you were sort of hanging out with Flamewind, I was interested whether you were going to make any comment, sort of one of the classic Tantans, looking up from I'm sorry, did you say something about, that kind of thing?
I was waiting for
I
that
could
moment to
imagine.
come up.
Yeah.
Because
I could
he
imagine.
wasn't listening.
Yeah, no, I figured.
He was working on something. So it's I'm waiting for somebody, for Flamewind to be like, and you, Tantan Tagashaw. And he'd just be and he's like, Tantan. And she just like, Tantan. And he's like, what? I was waiting for that.
Part of your prophecy is your inability
to
to listen to anything. Yeah.
And I can guarantee you what he would say if she was like, you're part of the prophecy too. I promise you, he would be like, prophecy. And go back to what he was doing.
Yeah. I can see that.
He's not a spiritual person.
Right. No, I can see that, and that provides itself its own sort of interesting component, to things about let me tell you about
And I was ready if it did come not push come to shove, but if it was you were going to continue to try to draw a reaction out of Tantan, there was one thing in that whole discussion that Flamewind was saying, that everything is wound up in the prophecy, and then he would be like, then none of it matters. If everything is part of the prophecy, then nothing matters.
Yeah.
Nothing is special.
Yeah, that's
nothing
right.
is, and then he would.
Which is one way of interpreting it. Yeah, and that's. Yep. No, I love it, and it made a lot of sense to me. So from that perspective, how'd you feel about the session, and where will the fine folks find you next, etc.?
Loved it. I was fully expecting, like John mentioned, the forced exercise. Running to the library wasn't that big of a deal, but trying to get up 100 feet of stairs.
I mean, just
my God. After
Yeah.
the run to the library, and then he would just be at the bottom of the stairs, being, no.
People forget how hard stairs are.
Oh yeah, no joke.
But yeah, aside from that, where will people see and hear me next? You'll see me here, probably, at some point. If you want to hear me, I just put, as I said at the top of the show, the latest...
Rock of the Republic.
Yes, Rock of the Republic. I was like, Ark of the what? No, Rock.
Ark of the Covenant. All right.
Ark of the Covenant. We're gonna do I didn't tell you we're going to read all the BattleTech things featuring dogs.
Outstanding. Yeah, because every book sells 5,000 times the other. Just
and then
awesome.
Hour of the Wolf is the same. Yeah. Okay.
See, get behind that.
Doghammer 40K.
Chilfred Puchinsky. Yes, that would be good.
Battle
anyway.
Pooch. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Somewhere my boss what? I heard a disturbance in the force.
Exactly right. Oh, yeah. It was another
Mutt and Metal.
great-
I mean,
There you go. Yeah.
that-
Hey, actually, the one book I want to have you do, which is a fan favorite, is Wolves on the Border, which is one of the currently all time. It's constantly in the top 3.
so
And it's a
I
damn good
mentioned-
book too. But yeah.
I mentioned to you, is that Charette?
Yes.
Okay, I mentioned to you, and when we were in the green room before the show, that there's a Twitter thread that I wanted to point you to, where people that's one of the 2 books that they were talking about. Yeah. Anyway.
Yep.
So where will you see me next? Probably here. Probably
18th.
Well, I think we might have Adventures of Middle Earth before that.
Oh yeah, you would.
That's right. In fact, I think Adventures of Middle Earth is next Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, because it's my last Tuesday before I go off to Origins, I believe.
Right. So there's
So,
that
yeah.
thing that he was talking about. That guy up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. What? Protein? What? Never mind. There's a stream delay. I have no idea what Rodin was talking about. I don't know where protein is coming into this whole conversation. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Thing. Stuff. Okay. If anybody would like an autographed audiobook, don't ask me. I don't know how to autograph an audiobook, but I have ketchup packets, even after I told them I don't want them. So
I'm sure you will find a suitable use down the line for those ketchup.
Warhammer, I like it.
Warhammer 40K. Oh, nice, Rudnell. That's good work. Always a pleasure, Tren. And again, I really enjoyed tonight a lot. I am very much looking forward to our next session. And this is just going to continue to build, chat. Again, this campaign is designed to run these folks all the way up to close to level 20, maybe 20. And
that
so
was the shortest century of ashes I've ever encountered.
I've seen more centuries of.
Actually,
yeah.
it's also the least gold. Only 75 gold.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. There wasn't as much. That's right. Well, if you count, right, because part of it involved you having a flashback. So, like, for those that were, let's say, practically cut in half, that would be a difficult situation.
Ow.
But, too soon. It was great, though, to
Exactly.
see this, and I'm very excited for the last word and the next part of Season 2 of Eberron with these lovely players. Chat, can we get some love, as always, for Trendane Sparks, for Marie Bilodeau, for Jennifer Brozek, and for John Helfers. Great work, folks. Good job, INB. I will see you folks back here. I'll see some of you next week, and for the rest that I don't, I will see you folks on AIME or live back here for our next session. Bye for now, all.
Everybody.
All right. There we go. And now's the moment where I reveal to everyone that, in fact, the characters they were playing were level 40. No, I'm just kidding. They got so mad about that. They were just like, God damn it. Shut up, all right? It's not how it works. That's not the way these things happen. Why is this? What just happened here? Oh, I see what I did. I messed something up. But not anymore, because I've managed to fix this problem. My bad. For a moment, I was on the wrong screen, and I was most confused. But fortunately, I was doing this all in studio mode, and that means that you didn't see any of it until just now. I want to thank all of you for being here. This was awesome. Really enjoyed this session, and I really do appreciate chat's involvement in it. Again, thank you to Wispy Song and to Prince Justin and to everybody who was a part of that mix with inspirations and the like. It really helps, when you have chat. One of the real benefits of Twitch is being able to have chat directly involved with us and being connected as part of what we're doing here. And that obviously made a big difference this evening. So, and just, it ties all of these things together, and it was cool. I really enjoyed it, and I am excited for more. And I feel like every campaign is in a really good place right now. Adventures of Middle Earth, they've got the Hunt for the Dragon stuff. That is really picking up pace too. We obviously have just come to an end with Esper Genesis, but we're going to be launching very shortly with Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks and that new campaign. So that's going to be really cool as well. Obviously, D&D with GOG, Ghosts of Saltmarsh is starting to build. Talisman Adventures has been a ton of fun as well. And then right back here with this campaign, Eberron is obviously in a good spot. So I'm very excited about it, and I'm excited to sort of see where all of these campaigns open up. And again, not just me. Think about what Brandon O'Brien's doing with the Speculate Twitch event of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire, or what he's doing with Soundclash the Clampdown, or what we're seeing with all the Bag of Giving campaigns and events. Oh, well, I appreciate that, Wispy. And yeah, I mean, that's what I hope people think of it as, because we are going to have a lot of entertainment. We got a lot of stuff coming up now. As I said, next tomorrow, while my son is having his birthday party, we're going to be giving you some of that Speculate stuff. So you're going to get some of that sweet Brandon O'Brien GMing of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire with the Strange Friends. That's definitely not to be missed. As I say, Soundclash later. And the Bag of Giving stuff, we have different GMs for that, different games that we've got. So just a lot of stuff, a lot of content that's all in this this role-playing / storytelling or tabletop area, and I really like all of that. So when will the suffering end? It's true. Why is it just more hunting dragons, right? Why are we always like that? Why? But anyway, so I had a great time. I hope you folks did as well. And again, tomorrow you will see more of this amazingness at 7 o'clock Eastern, Sunday, with more Brandon O'Brien and company. So that's going to be a good time. If you liked what you saw and heard, please do what Wispy Song was kind enough to do today. And please, Wispy Song already followed the channel, but please do follow the channel. Check out our YouTube and subscribe over there with !RFTube. Subbing there, of course, is free, but we're still continuing to build that. It is monetized now officially, but that has past broadcasts of this and many of the streams. There are literally thousands of hours of content over on that channel now. !RFTube for that. !ARVCord for my Discord channel, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. !ARVTweets for my Twitter, where I will always post when I'm going live and about various other things. Website for that is arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ARVShop has my merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond stuff, Adventures of Middle-earth, and soon-to-be Expedition from the Mysterious Peak stuff as well. That right there is the Patreon, and as you can see, it has now gone up, which I'm very grateful for. That really does make a difference too. You can get cool stuff for yourself individually, and you can also get cool stuff for the channel as we move towards various channel goals. So that is really helpful, and thank you, Wispy Song, and to all those who have jumped on board to support it. That's !ARVTreon. You can also sub to the channel. That gives you those custom sub badges and emotes, all of which are very much appreciated. Those custom sub badges and emotes. There are new sub badges now because we have them all the way out to like 6.5 years, I think. And that's what we're looking at. So that's going to be really cool. And on top of that, we have got those new emotes. I saw some people throwing some Arvany booms out there. So that's definitely cool. And we're going to have a lot more emotes coming from the mind and the pen and the artistic talent of Tari Tunes. So you'll be able to see more of that quite soon. And again, you can sub to the channel for that. Plus, again, get inspirations to help the players. On the publishing front, Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel. It just reminded me that I need to make one quick adjustment here, actually, so that I don't forget about this. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure I had a note there to myself to not forget something. But yes, so Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Very important to be able to support that independent press. And also I happen to like that book. So Icarus for that. Library is my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. That too, called Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. And those two companies, Athos Arts and Alligator Alley, are working together on the Gray Shade Kickstarter, which is going to be launching a week from Tuesday. Gray Shade is coming. So if you want to see more of this guy, let me just close this out for a second. If you want to see more of this dude, that guy right there, if you want to see more of Gray Shade, then please not only check out the book with Gray Shade out now, available for purchase now, but Gray Shade KS or Gray Assassin will give you details about the Gray Shade Kickstarter, which again is launching a week from Tuesday with 2 more books in the series, Renegade and Heretic, with a tabletop role-playing game from Alligator Alley designed by Aaron Rosenberg and Rich Lescoux-Flair, and with an audiobook from one Mr. Trendane Sparks that you just had a chance to see play his magic, perform his magic night. So all of that would be awesome if you could jump on board and support us there. Right now, actually, just a follow on the Gray Shade Kickstarter is super helpful. It doesn't cost you to... No, I had it. It was just in the corner down there. I know that graphic in the middle is different, but I was talking about bottom left. You see that bottom left one, Prince Justin? That's the one I was thinking about. Was right there. Yeah, the Century of Ashes is there too, but I was thinking about that Gray Shade one. Yeah, I know. You're right, it's too small. I mean this one right here. Rah! Anyway, so that is going to be that. So, yeah, so anyway, Gray Shade KS. And I think we just put that in, but I do want to check. Right now we have, let's see. right now, this one has got 63 followers, so that's really great. Anyone who can follow over there, it doesn't cost you anything to do that, doesn't obligate you to do anything. But the more followers we have, the better, because all those people are going to be notified when this thing goes live, and it's going to give it a real early kick. We're going to want to spread this word to everyone about it. It's a big one for me, and a big one for Athos and Alligator Alley and Norse Foundry, which is putting together that coin image. Remember, if you support, you'll also be able to get one of these, a Founders coin, which is going to be individually numbered. It will be exclusive to the Kickstarter. It is being produced by Norse Foundry, and it is from a design by our very own Tari Tunes. You can see the Kokuri on the left side of that image, and you can see the hammer on the right side of that image. And those two things together make this coin. Oh, nice, Rock God. Your follower 61. There you go. You saw a bigger picture and there's a likeness. Yeah, I don't know. I just put together the banner of the new Gray Shade today that I'm taking to Arjun's, and I was like, and my daughter was like, nah, I don't see it because of this, this, and this. So anyway, but that is Gray Shade KS. Definitely check that out, and because I would appreciate that, and I think you will like this work, and I'm very excited for this world. So that's the deal with that. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now is the World Health Organization page in suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help, and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And of course, close, Wispy. It's Gray Shade, SHADEKS. And of course, exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, which is a link to a number of places where you can support the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate and devastating war, which they are fighting with bravery and courage. And this is a small way, but an important way to be able to step up and help ourselves. So please check that out if you can also. Now, we are going to do a raid today. Raids are very simple. If you are not a sub, you can type this, the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And you can do that if you are not a sub. If you are a sub, doing this would help. Arvany Hype, the Arvanauts have landed, Arvany Roar, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Boom, all the Arvanys. You can bring those down to the place that we are going to auto-magically be channeled to. And I actually have a new person that I'm going to raid today. And let me just make sure actually that person is on right now. This is actually came to me as a recommendation. And let me just make sure, as I say, that person is on. Let's see. Let's see. Yes. All right. It looks like they are. Okay, good. So then we are going to take that idea. Just get rid of that. We're going to take that idea and we are going to run with it. So it's going to be good times. All right. Good night, Rudnell. Sleep well. Yeah, it's close, Wispy. I feel so bad. Everyone's just like, damn it. How many freaking letters? It's just Gray Shade KS. No S in the middle. GRAYSHADEKS is what you want to look for. So, but that is going to do it for me for tonight. Again, remember, I'll be back Sunday with some more stuff with Brandon O'Brien and more D&D stuff there. Sleep well, Rudno. But thank you to all of the wonderful people. There it is. You got it. All of the wonderful people who made this an awesome stream. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Triffity Metz, best in the business. Thank you to my subscribers and Patreon supporters, Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Triffity Metz, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, Trendane, and of course today Wispy Song has joined in that group. Thank you as well to Action Shin, to Andy CIA, to Chrono Travis, Crit Twitch, Darksteel Spork, Light and Passion, Marie Bilodeau. Thank you to Nonstop, who's a sub, so I don't know why that doesn't show up there. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Tananjang, and thank you to Yamikkel. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the support, and a special thanks today to the donators, the people who donated who support my Patreon, the supporters. And thank you so much, of course, to my wonderful players, to Tren, to Marie, to Jen, and to John for being awesome. And I am excited to see where things are going to go next. But that's going to do it for me. Stick around for the raid if you can, and I will see you, the lovely folks, Sunday, as I say, around 7 p.m., I believe that's right, Eastern, for Brandon O'Brien and the Strange Friends crew with our Speculate Twitch event of of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night. The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Valerian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Irulan Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle. And everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it. Especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey, and saved Salvation. But can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn.